am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to late to drift away. I fill my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, and just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Okay, now we got Teams, I think. Hopefully this mic is working also. We're gonna hook up some things first, refuel, then we will do something.
Ja,
Let's fire up.
jämförs lite vid några minus 20 hållen.
Let's... Oh yeah, we might have to... We might have to get rid of the... It's again the... Oh, yeah, let's leave that up first. Don't wanna smash that. Yeah, I might have to run just with the... With just the external, or just the... Just like this. I don't really like the external microphones because it's always... Seems to be always like an issue. The camera microphone like this always works. I mean, it's not perfect for sound, but the other one is so annoying when it's always got some issues. Gotta refuel first. Can fire up the monitor here, see if we got the auto steer. Good morning there, Smiles. So yeah, we have. I guess I could try before we leave. I could try to get the wireless microphone. That one probably works. But this one is. These guys are pretty good, but a lot of static again. So yeah, I'm gonna go switch these. I'm gonna get rid of these and take another solution. I'll be right back. We'll see if that's better. Wow, that was static. Okay, let's try these guys. How's that sounding? Probably change the sound a little bit. What if we put this in the shirt here? Is that better or worse than without? Okay, hello everybody there. Good morning. We'll try this guy. When I have this guy, I can go outside and you will hear too. Wireless microphone. The only downside with this is we have like 5-hour battery life. So after that it's not gonna do much. Let's hook up this. Okay, we'll refuel. Then hook up to something. Yeah, it's good. The biggest downside is the battery life. And you can charge these as you use them, but then their static is back 3 over 3/4. It's probably enough. Fuel, we're refueling. Need more diesel. Let's see. Yeah, I'm probably gonna use, and I could use these as sound protection. Not so much to listen to everything, but just sound protection. Yeah, we don't want to run out of fuel. That would be not so good. Now it's pretty much full. Pretty much full. Ja, inte far det nu räcker det inte. Det far kanske det far något mellan halv och en 3/4 tank. Yeah, the nearest gas station would be about it's maybe they don't sell there anymore, so it's the nearest gas station would be like 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers away. Now it's full.
Joo.
So it's good to have some tanks on the farm. Then you don't need to go that far to refuel. And always remember to put the lid back on when you're refueled. Always when I refuel, I put the lid here in the door where you come in. Then you can't miss it. Then you can't leave it open. If you put it on the tire or something, you might just drive away. Okay, now we go down. Let's go finding to hook up, or find something to hook up to the tractor. Yeah, it would kind of suck to go 10 kilometers with a tractor. It would be okay, but better to have something on the farm. See if we can get it. Seems to be, yep, those are locked in. And we'll see if we get the tougher one. Then we can adjust this guy then later to get a good view. Task today is pretty much to hook up this thing and then go cultivate one field. Kill the weeds basically. Yeah, plowing, we call it cultivating. This is like a cultivator. But I also know, I think in the United States they call this like a chisel plow. So it's kind of a plow. Some sort of tillage tool. So it will move some soil around. Ska jag lyfta upp så kan man ställa sen rätta längden. See if we can lift it up now. Just get it out from the barn here first. Again, pretty tight fit here. We don't want to hit anything. Probably lift it higher up so we don't hit the ground. Then we're gonna check the air pressures. See that everything is good. Yeah, it's gonna be a hot one today. That's why I want to do this today, because it's I got the AC here. We probably need to put the AC on already now. It's like in the morning. But it's gonna be a very, very warm day today. But yeah, this one it's actually like it's a lot wider than the plow. This one I can do like 3 meters with one pass. With the actual plow we do maybe 1.5 meters. So yeah, let's stop it there, then I'll go outside. I could clean the rear window here because we can't really see outside. It's kind of dirty. And then there was something else I was supposed to do. Yeah, we're gonna check just the air pressures, do some adjustments. But yeah, you can maybe hear me if the mic works, but I won't read the chat for a bit. Däcktrycken först. När det är upp, sen kan man ställa det där, att det är bassligt sådär. Spider webs. Tästä resyy torkki bakfönstret så då ser du. Se om det går med papper. Inga något sånt putsamedel här uppe nu tror jag. Något window cleaner i. Ja, no jag kan ta bara med papper. Ja, med papper får man nog bara så att det är lite bättre.
Och det tar de där ska jag sätta lite lägre ner så slipper jag tillbeta. Se att det är något tryck. De här skulle borde vara i samma sätt som det var igår. Alltså, jag tror att det skulle vara ganska bra i säten. Ja, det är på 6ans nummer, ja. Mitt på 6. Och det ser andra sidan ska jag släppa lite ner och slippa lättare tillbaka först. Och det får passa, det lägger det vita att det är flat det där. Ja. De där jullagren är smörja och ser det ut som. De behöver inte vara smörja snart därefter. Där det är nästan ner så ser man ju det där. Här är ju ganska flat. Det får, om något så får det vara liksom... Har du mätat? Du har inte mätat vad det är?
Jag har inte rätt på det där.
Du kan mäta det, för det stämmer ganska bra för det är det där. Sen när man kör så kanske det drar det lite kanske sådär när man kör. Så det får vara lite sådär, men inte det som man har mätat tidigare, det har nog varit ganska bra tycker jag. Okej, jag släpper lite till ner så att vikten kommer bort, annars får du inte skruva. Så nu bör det ses när det blir lätt. Det måste kanske vara hela vikten bort. Är det bra nu? Är det lätt nu? Nu ligger den är på backen nu. All the way down. De här all spinnerna, de får vara deserten som de har varit för. Här ser man, det är nu ganska flat här och det skulle ligga på fram och bak så är det ganska nära. Ganska det där rakt. Putsa bakfönster först. Det är att lyfta upp och lyfta ner sidan det är ungefär. Vatupasset fram. Här är jag mitt på 6an. Det skulle vara bra mass. Jag ser det om det drar allt av så om det orkar dra bara så det är ungefär passligt djup. Ja. Jag tror att det är passligt djup. När det får lite djupare så får det lite mer så här. Så vet, nu skulle det kunna vara kanske lite kunna vara så här. För det får inte så här. Det får nästan rakt neråt.
Det skulle kunna fast där lite.
Ja. Det är så ganska bra nu. För att börja testa. Ja, jag kan se när jag kör lite och gräver lite där och se om det bäst. Om något så ska det vara lite kortare.
När det kör när det är i fullt så ser man nog där med backen att det är rakt.
Om något ska det vara lite kortare. Kanske. Annars skulle det vara ganska bra. De där sivurajoittimet folk kan man ska lösa, det är inte så mycket skillnad. Ja. På det åkern så kör man nog, man kör bara rakt. Det är bäst att köra AB rakt dit. Alltså, ja, du ser däcken nu. Ja. De ser ganska bra ut, man kan checka. Det kan vara peltopaine. Hilltop. Piton, det är nog piton borde räcka, det beror på hur hård jorden är. Det kan det nog regna nu lite så kanske det lite av mjukna. Ja, det ska vara uppe, ja. En gång körde jag när jag plöjde så körde jag bara takaveton så undrar jag efter en stund när framdäcken börjar bli motan så helvete på framhjulen. Så när man tar neliveton på så blir det kloss, satan. Det är bättre att ha nog på, ja. Hålls däcken renare, ja. Det räcks nog slangen i för jag kan dra lite till så räcks du alltid bakdäcket. Om du far runt hifrån, det räcks nog om du far framåt. Det räcks nog därifrån, det är så mycket slack i det. Upp! Kampa mig själv. Checka de här tvinnarna. Va? Ja, jag kan ta just. Checka bara de här tvinnarna lätt. Ja. De är nu, det är nu detsamma, det är nu att det blir så jämnt som möjligt. Det är nu inte. Jag ser dem, det brukar nog, det var nog ganska bra förra år. Jag tar lite bara halvmeter bakåt. See, we're gonna move a little bit backwards so he can easily check there's the one rear tire that it's a little bit in a tough spot right now. Hit anything. Yeah, you could probably hear me, so the microphone probably worked. But yeah, we speak Swedish, but then there's like Finnish words in between everywhere. Since this area is kind of Finnish and Swedish speaking, so it's kind of like a messed up language, or it's like Finnish Swedish in the same. But yeah, we could actually change here. We need to change the machine we're using. Then we need to change the field. We need to change to which one this one is called. Probably this guy, working with this should be the one we use. Methinks this is something else. Yeah, that's something else. That should be fine. Then we need field. big guy. We're going to the big field today. That seems about right. And then we will do no, not new field, but new task.
Det är väl rätt kultus.
Ja, 3.15. Ja.
Ja.
Sen jag provar på att det skulle börja liksom en ny task och se om det lyckas hitta någon gammal task. Men här är en ny task. Här får man.
Ja.
Weeding, det är actually weeding.
Nu kunde man lägga något custom, tycker jag. Man kunde skriva och kan man lägga.
Ai, här de här då. Ai, jo där visst. Task
skriva,
type.
så lägger man där att något, vad är det för något cultivating?
Här kan man sätta bara vad som helst. Något test. Men sen här är det här.
Nej, där.
Här jos nu kan man skriva task.
Ja, man kan skriva, ja.
Plus.
Där, ja.
Va?
Och där till det där som jag...
Här är den weeding.
Weeding.
Har du skrivit weeding?
Jag lägger till där, jag tror det.
Weeding
Jag lägger
task.
bild i en annan än du vill ha.
Networker.
Nu det är nu weeding perfekt nu.
What's the issue now? What does it say?
Nu du ska cancel det på weedingen.
Ah, ja.
Och nu måste du släkta dit på något.
Vart har vi weeding? Kan man inga välja weeding?
Ja, men det var något att ta dit det där.
Jag vet inte varför det är det.
Man måste ta det där, man måste ta det där just när det är 4G uppe när man gjorde det. Det är på något sätt tallentat.
Det är ju någon skillnad här.
Jag ska se, jag lägger hifrån.
Under drainage.
Lägger hifrån det här mobile hotspot uppe. Jag tycker att hifrån det där import och settings hifrån den här packan så skulle vara.
Doesn't really matter if we put the right task here. Just as long as we have something there.
Galaxy 4 Plus något. Så.
Jag har nog hotspotit på kännykän men det
Det här heter Galaxy S20 Plus fast det nu har det där. Man ser det ifrån. Det är det där. Det är det wifi som nu släpper på en. Just där. Så nu det måste använda 4G. Så just där. Så nu är hit. Nu är det weeding, ja.
Okej.
Ja.
Nej.
Men jag brukar alltid ta det från det där overview-valet, koska man laittaa först bitaan och sen implementin och siirtää alta siitä. Vad var det där för?
No, det var ju fel, men när man får det där.
Tycker det där ifrån.
Så man får att det ritar nog på det, men det ritar upp det gammalt så stämmer det helt klart.
Det här overview-paikan nu helt lätt. Där ser man bitaan. Det är rätt. Och sen ser man boundary.
Det är bara ny task.
Sen guidance line lagar man ny, sen där är task och weeding. Nu är det sån gammalt, det är kanske bättre att laga en ny. När det
hur får man en ny då? Jag har alltid fått
det. Därifrån new och sen något weeding.
Där kan man något weed 24.
Ja, weeding.
Weeding 24.
Där så är det ny.
Okej. Nu är det skickstad bara alliance när jag börjar. Now it's right.
Nu är det allt rätt, ja. Så bara X så när man börjar det sen står man
line creation.
Ja, line creation. Och sen
A, B straight line går.
Ja.
Okej.
Stänger av hotspottet lite. Men där är under där man måste
37.
Att laga sån eget där så måste man ha 4G. Liksom gina yhteys till det.
Det är inte, jag skulle bara others. Det är någon skillnad.
Sen, men det var inte, eller var det weeding? Man tycker att det skulle hålla.
Nej, det var men när Proklemakos så sa det att nej.
Nej, just var det där just att något.
Det var annoyed.
Det måste vara datayhteys att få det eget tasken.
Ja.
Fast är det päivityksenä, että on fixat.
Yep. Okay, let's head out, guys. To the field we go. Yeah, tech it's very good when it works. I can show you guys the monitor maybe when we're at the field. Once I get it started. But yeah, then when it doesn't work, then it's also the worst. So it's at the same time the best and the worst. might need to do some adjustments. Maybe we'll see how it starts to go. A little Monka steer and wait until we come to the field when the tractor steers itself. Then it's gonna be Monka steer. When the steering wheel is moving with no one touching it, then it's gonna look. That's gonna look weird. I need to hang up the wireless microphone is kind of dangling along. It's very warm weather today. Exceptionally warm weather. A few degrees from being record hot weather. Four-wheel drive on. Time to start prepping for next season. Yep, next season prep starts today. this guy somewhere. Hang this somewhere here so it doesn't clonk along. Should be better. Maybe. Maybe like that. Then we need to line creation, straight line A. That should be good. Then we're gonna see if the depth is good, and if we got enough power, if we got this thing working. Closer, kind of hard to see the edge, where the edge of the field is. I'll do another pass just on the edge, just to clean it up more. Yeah, we need, for this machine, we definitely need all the horsepower we get. We're gonna be using everything the tractor's got. Might be able to go a little faster, but shouldn't I do this last? I could do this last. I'm gonna drive today. We're gonna drive just straight from the. I'm not gonna do on any kind of angle. We could do on an angle, but I think this works fine too. We'll just go A-B straight line like this time. Then I think it's gonna be less bouncy when we actually plow this field later. If you do at an angle, then it's gonna be super bouncy when plowing. Yeah, this is pretty much like we're gonna kill the weeds now, and then after like 1 month I will actually plow this field with a different machine. Yeah, I think it's the dirt seems good. It's like pretty dry, but it's not rock hard, it seems. So I think it's gonna do a pretty good job. We're gonna rip out the weeds as much as possible. But yeah, you can hear it's definitely working, the tractor, and the soil is not, there was kind of chunky soil there. The whole summer has been so dry that the dirt is still pretty hard. We'll see in the most around the barns there's going to be a few spots where it's going to be interesting to see if the tractor is able to move forward. The ground might be so hard that it's just going to spin the wheels. But yeah, once we're at the other end, once I get the auto steer sorted, then we can probably go a little bit faster than this, but not much. Then we run out of power. this tractor has, it's about 100, I think. And we're using all of them. Today we're definitely using all of them. Here in this end of the field, here you can almost see that the dirt is looser here. It's less clay here. The other end is going to be where we're going to struggle, if we're going to struggle anywhere. This end always is like, it's super good soil, loose soil. Here it usually pools easier. Once we're somewhere here, we can probably drop the B point. Then we should have the field filled up with lines. I guess we could go a little bit further with this guy here still. Yeah, with a real horse it would take a long time. But yeah, one real horse still has, I think it was discussed on stream, I think one actual horse has like 15 horsepower or something like that. So now we should be able to let the auto steer do the steering. Then we'll see if it does a good job here. A little bit more speed. And we'll see once I drive back there, come up, then I can check that the depth is good and everything. But yeah, at least it seems like the dirt won't stick to the wheels back here, which is good, because if it does that, then it's a big pain. But yeah, once we go to the other end and come back, then I'll see that it goes deep enough. I think it's probably deep enough. If it's ripping all the roots up, then it's deep enough. And there's the first bird also. There's the first 5 birds. They always know what's up. Measure the strength in the weak and sick horses. Yeah, of course it depends a lot on the horse also. Like if it's a real proper workhorse, then that horse has a lot more power than, let's say, a racing horse. But but I'm definitely no big horse expert. Racing horse is fast. It's kind of the same thing as if you have, let's say you have a car that has 100 horsepower. You could not pull this with a car that has the same horsepower. So it's kind of the same thing. The same thing, but still a different thing. So a car, 100 horsepower car that's made to go fast with a light load. Tractors are more designed to go slower but with a super heavy load. So different. Starting from the engine is like built different. And I would say the biggest difference is the gearbox or the transmission to the wheels. In a car it's much more flimsy than, let's say, in a tractor. Much more heavy duty in a tractor. The clutch on a tractor is much more heavy than in a car. Probably turn like this a few times, and I could just lift up earlier and turn too, but at least then the headland here is going to be shorter. Now we can just go anywhere here, and then as it lines up to some line somewhere, we can just use the auto steer. Then we don't necessarily need to be on the next line. I can drive a little bit here, then I'll go outside and just check the depth. See that it's slicing off all the weeds. Yeah, small adjustment. I went a little bit, it's gonna go a little bit deeper now. There was some weeds that were not ripped out, so now it should be doing an even better job. Seems like we have enough power, so we can go in the really hard parts here. We can go a little slower if it seems like the power is running out. If I do like that and back up, it seemed like every third line is gonna be okay. Maybe that's the fastest way to turn around. It doesn't really, when you do with the orders, it doesn't really matter in which order you do the lines. Whatever works well, or whatever is like the fastest way to turn around is basically the best way. The secondary phone. Check here the other end too. It's like softer soil is this. How much hectare is one pass? I didn't check, but it's with this speed we're gonna do 2 hectares per hour. So this whole field will take like 5 hours. Plus a little bit, like probably like 6 hours. Because you gotta do a little bit. It's going to do a little bit less when you turn around at the ends. Oh, I should record actually. I forgot that one. Let's put the record on, then you know how much we have done also. See that I adjusted the both sides the right way there. See if it's good. And check probably here where the soil is. The soil is looser here. See if it's doing a good job here too. Now I think we're doing pretty good. It's a little deeper now, so it seemed to be slicing all the weeds off now, which is kind of the goal. But yeah, it's getting warm outside. For sure, it's getting warm. We'll see if we can just keep the RPM the same and turn around. Might be a little jerky with the high RPM. Want to rev down instead. It'll be a little bit on the speedy side otherwise. That would be the next. Let's go one over. There's 0.06 hectares. Let's see when we go to the other end. Probably one pass like this might be like 0.1, 0.2 hectares. It only shows like 2 decimals, so might not be super accurate. We have hundreds of birds that have arrived. Now they probably can find something, because when we work the soil a little bit, there's probably some worms getting kicked up to the surface. There's actually some alfalfa here in the field, which is kind of good. I mean, that's better than weeds. Sunglasses. Brought the actual sunglasses. Might definitely need them today. was 0.07 hectares at the other end, now it's 0.2, so 0.13 or 0.14, so almost, yeah, one pass here on the long side, it's almost the same as the whole smallest field. Almost 1.5, yeah. 0.15 hectares, one pass. But yeah, I think we want to rev it down here. It's kind of odd to turn around when you have full throttle. Shut off the auto steer, unrev it. And we'll turn like this. Probably the fastest way to turn like this. Then just pick a random auto steer line. Let it pick it up. I mean, it's not for the tractor. It doesn't matter, but it feels weird to turn around with the implement in the air and having like full throttle. If I would just lift up and do like a U-turn, then it would make more sense, but the headland gets so big, I'm gonna instead do this, like drive as long as I can basically, and then reverse like a, I don't know what that turn is called, it's not like a T-turn, a reverse U-turn. Yeah. Especially this really short headland there between the barns, or between the barn and the end there. I don't want to make like a super wide headland there. Then I need to go back and forth there for like 10 minutes. I'm gonna try to do it like this time. Last time I think I did just a normal U-turn. Leaving like a little under one side, it's leaving like a little ditch there, I don't know why, but it's fine. At least we'll plow in the same direction, so it won't be like, if you would have to drive over that, if we would cultivate like this and then I would plow like this, then it would be like all the time. Now when we plow in the same direction, it's supposed to be, I think it's gonna be fine. down there and back. It was 0.07, 0.08 here. Now it's like almost back and forth. Yeah, it's almost 0.3 hectares. Just back and forth once. Decent chunk. It's piling a little grass there, that's why it's leaving a little bit of a thing there. But yeah, 1, 2, let's leave two in between always. Let's try to keep it that way. And then it's like I do every third all the way to the other side, then come back with every third, and then you go with the last thirds back there, and then it's finished. Work pretty well, yeah. Every second you have to turn a little bit too sharp. And then it gets easier to line it up once I've done the first every third to the other side. And it's easier to line up when you have like a visual cue where to go. Now I just need to look here pretty much and line it up. Make a zebra field with all the stripes. Crane friends are here too. Those 2 cranes over there, they have been here on the fields pretty much the whole summer. I thought they were gone now, but they're still here. no dirt is sticking to the wheels on the machine. That's really good. Sometimes if it's more wet, it starts to stick to the wheels, and then the diameter gets bigger, and then it kind of lifts the machine out of the soil. Now it stays the same depth because the wheels, the dirt doesn't stick to the wheels. So that's a good. It's really good for this like weeding purpose. It's really good that the dirt is dry. Like for particular this job, it's good that it's dry. If it would be really wet, then this wouldn't really make much sense. It wouldn't really do much for the weeds. Now every third one, it's supposed to be maybe past the barn a little bit. 1, 2, 3. It's this guy. It goes just past the barn, I think. If not, then we can drive manually here. First pass. See here, it might be muddy here. Might need to downshift one here so we can get out of here without getting stuck. This might be hard, or it might be a little wetter here in the beginning. Oh yeah, we're going deep. We're spinning. It was kind of wet there. We're still spinning all 4 wheels. Oh boy. Barely got the live out of there. Still got some mud stuck on the wheel, but I think it should hopefully get unstuck on its own. There it was a little muddy actually, close to the barn. It's probably when it rained a little bit, it's always around the barn, it's more wet. Hopefully that mud gets off the wheel. Could clean it maybe even, because the rest of the field is pretty dry. I think it's gonna dry off and fall off there, I think. We'll see. Do I space lines apart instead of in a row? Because it's just easier to turn this way. Like when I go there and back up, it pretty much lines up with every third line. With the auto steer, it doesn't matter. Like if you drive manually, then you pretty much have to go back and forth because it's really hard to, you can't space it out with just looking at it. It's very hard to get it like spaced out correctly. But with the auto steer, it's using like it's spacing it out correctly. It's leaving exactly 6 meters there now. It's just easier to turn around like this. It's not, there's no particular reason other than that. Like you could do every pass like that too. It's It doesn't really have any meaning. It's just whatever way is easiest to turn around. Once I go back, I can maybe take the secondary camera and show you actually the monitor here. Then you can see like it's following the lines. That's why I'm not steering at all. This computer is basically doing the steering. Yeah, if you see somebody doing like this and the lines are super straight, then you know they have auto steer. Because manually I could not do it. If you look a few years, if you go a few years backwards in time, then I would not have done it like this because we didn't have auto steer. But now we have it, so now we can do it like this. You definitely need auto steer for this. Manually, you're gonna leave a lot uncultivated, or then you have a lot of overlap, and it would get all kinds of like messy. Now if I can just line up my turning radius here so I back up the exactly right spot. I can kind of look here on the lines, but it's kind of hard to get it to line up perfectly, I guess. Now we're pretty well lined up. If you can turn back, yeah, just a little further we need to go. Then we can put the auto steer back, then it will pick up the line. Then we'll drop the machine and give it some RPM. Yeah, I can probably take if I take the secondary camera here, let's see. Hopefully this isn't too shaky. I can show you like I don't know if you see anything from here. Show the monitor, like you can see the tractor is following the line there. Maybe. It's so much glare, it might be hard to see. But yeah, I leave like 2 lines in between there. Don't know if it's even visible. Then you can see like the stats, like we have done 0.7 hectares. We're doing about 2 hectares per hour. There's a speed 6.3 kilometers per hour. Yeah, I don't know, if I turn it like this, it might be better. If it wouldn't be sunny, it would be a lot better. Then you would see better. If I turn it like this, it might get better at some point. But there's a bunch of glare. It's not great when the sun is shining. Damn sun. Maybe like this. Yeah, it's hard to see. Yeah, this part here, this is the farming simulator. But yeah, as I've said a few earlier times, this is the easy part. Driving a tractor in a field, once you get everything dialed in, this is the easy part. The hard parts are the ones that are not in Farming Simulator. It's just the easy parts in the game. Okay, look at the tractor there. We got 1,900 RPM, 4-wheel drive on. low 4, and then the power shift is in B. 3/4 of a tank and the engine is not too hot. Let's put you guys back here. When I turn around I need both arms or both hands. Yeah, there's already that, like, it's called like farm bot or whatever it was called. It's like a tractor, like a normal tractor, but it doesn't have a cabin at all. So you can already buy a tractor that, yeah, you only drive remotely. There's already such a thing. It's a really expensive. It's like pretty much double the price of a normal tractor, or maybe even 3 times. But yeah. AI is coming to farming too. Yeah, it's really the newest of the new. It will be interesting if some farm buys one of those tractors next year. Or do you even call it a tractor when it's like a self-driving thing? I don't know if you should call it a bot even, or bot or tractor or self-driving tractor. Whatever you would call it. If you're on Twitch, then on my homepage there's like where there's the info and other things. There's like a thing you can click on. It says Stream Elements or Donate. Then you can click on that. Then you get the pop-up. I should probably make like a command, yeah, where it would bring up the link in chat also. But yeah, on the Twitch page there should be like donate where you can click on it. A little patch of the weed. Let's see how well it rips it up. Pretty well, I think. As well as it's gonna rip it up with one pass. We'll see if you donate. We'll see. It should work. Song request should work. so I just have my voice, or hopefully I got enough volume so we can hear it. It's almost like dusty still. Almost dry to a point of being dusty. More weeds on this side of the field. I'm gonna push it a little bit more on this side. Like this for a little bit. Switch it around. The other camera, the backwards facing, is like a cell phone, so might be worse quality, but shift it around sometimes. Steer. The steering wheel is sometimes a little monka steer. me see here. Sometimes there's like a pretty big delay. Someone donated before, I remember, and there was quite a bit of a delay. Oh yeah, I see the tip there. Why didn't it play? Let's see. It says playing. And did it play from that phone or this phone? That's a good question. We can try once I turn around. I can try to figure it out. It should work, but yeah, thanks for the tip in any case. But we'll try to get it working here. It could have been that it was the volume was so low that we just didn't hear it. But yeah, I can try to I should be able to like replay it. We'll try it here once I get this thing turned around. No media requests to play. That's interesting. How is this volume here? And I have Bluetooth is off, so it shouldn't play there. Did you put like a YouTube link in the donation message? Because it needs to have that to work. Because yeah, I see the tip, so that the tip work, but if you need to put in the, like when you do click on the tip, there's like a box where you can put like a YouTube link. But there is weird, the media player, it says there's no media requests to play, but I see the donation came through, so thanks for that. I don't know why it's not working, maybe. I cannot click it from here, I think. Let's not lean too much on this guy. That's not gonna work. But yeah, it's weird. A little bit weird. Should have played. Wasn't in the media thing, there wasn't any like queue, otherwise I could replay it. It should show if there was some media that was already played. So I wonder if there's something that went wrong or something. I could play, if nothing else, if you say the song, then I could try to look it up on like Spotify and play it. That way it would be manually, but it would still like work. I could try, if I take a little break here, I could try to play it from Spotify, just manually. Yeah, see, when we go back here, I can try to figure it out with the phone there. Should be able to do it if it's in Spotify or YouTube. I should be able to probably do it. Also, when I have these two phones, like one phone is the camera, so we will see here. Let's see if we do this. Maybe YouTube is better. Now we should hear it soon here. Put these away in a way so I can hear it too. Don't know about the sound quality. Oh yeah, I can't watch chat when I play the music. I can't check chat. So.
No, I ain't bluffing. I'll put your mom in the kitchen, making blueberry muffins. Must be Thanksgiving, 'cause your bitch with the stuffing. Mr. Clean, baby, why you floss on me? Mr. Clean, pull up with my whole damn team. Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Baby, he be clean like Windows. Just hit your mind with my index. And your bitch look like a pinhead. On my heads, they be skinheads. Pissed off cause they wife, cause they sister. Young Gravy just kissed, hot damn. Pull up on the scene, cause a wet dream, I might need a summer rain. If you got the beef, I turn your ass to smithereens. Your bitch looking scary, I thought it was on the wing. Gravy, he be clean like some fucking Listerine. But I smooth it out like a jar of Vaseline. Shit. Posted with a milf and her name is Charlene. Everybody wonder how she got the hygiene. It's all thanks to Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean. Baby, why you floss on me? Mr. Clean. Pull up with my whole damn team.
hope you hear that okay. I don't know if it was too loud or if you couldn't hear it, but that was the song, I think. Yeah, thank you for the donation. Let's take a little sip here. The old barn actually, was it maybe here? I don't remember. Well, we had one small barn that we removed. It should be like in the middle of the field. It might be right there because it looks a little different there when we did the last pass. Might be that it was right there. We'll see once we go there if we still pull up any rocks or anything. Seems like it's smoothing out pretty nicely there. Can't even tell the barn was there anymore. Switch to the normal maybe. Steer. But yeah, the dirt is dry. It's almost like dust is flying when we're doing this. Quite often this time of the year it's definitely not dusty anymore, or the dirt is not this dry. It's just been so damn dry the whole summer. Yeah, I think we'll do this, split this field like in half. I will do half about, and then my brother will do the rest. So if I do like this every third to that side and then come back like halfway, a little bit over, then I think I've done like half of the field. Then we can switch drivers. This is the only field we're gonna do it this way. The other few fields that we're gonna till in the fall, we're just gonna straight, just plow it. Charging the GoPro. Yeah, it's no hurry. I'm gonna do at least like maybe 2 hours more, or 1.5 hours more. Then we can switch. No hurry. Yeah, this way I think the headland here, 2 passes will like finish the headland. So once we've done it like this, then the headlands will go really fast. Just once back and forth pretty much. I can actually see here. So now I've done like, probably I missed a little bit in the beginning before I put the record, and I've done like 2 hectares. So I'm gonna do 3 more hectares and maybe a little bit over, then we're like halfway. So yeah, 1.5 hours from now probably. Then we have about half the field done. is one charging cable. We need to run it to this phone before it dies. Keep things charged. Get the first snow. I'm thinking November. But the first snow that stays, that's a different thing. But yeah, it's kind of crazy to think that in about 2 months, little over, then we can pretty much get snow already. Now it's like 27 degrees plus. Cray. Yeah, first snow, I would say. Maybe if I would have to give a date, I would probably say, what would I say? The 25th of November maybe. I think last year we got snow actually really early. Last year it was like mid-November. But yeah, if we look at there's like a lot of what are those called again? Like there's a lot of rönnbär this year. Like one of the berries, there's a lot of the berries in the trees, which should mean like not a lot of snow. We'll see if that's right. Like you can, here really in the south, it's usually, well yeah, it can start to freeze late October. But usually it's in November when you might get some like more minus degrees. The other fields that and this field that we're gonna plow, we're trying to aim to plow it like as late as possible. But still before the ground freezes. So that will probably be sometime in October that we will do the plowing. That's really depending on the weather. Of course we want to do it before the ground freezes. Otherwise it's not gonna work very well. One year it kind of started to freeze pretty quickly, and then the ground was a little bit frozen on the top when we plowed, and sometimes it was a struggle to get the plow in the dirt. And there's a little bit of stuff getting stuck. Might need to clean it off a little bit here. Take a little break at the same time. Passes. Next pass might go again past the barn here. Maybe not. Maybe we'll start right here. Yeah, if there's muddy there, we don't want to go there now. Let's not hit the barn either. Yeah, we're gonna start here. I was gonna go outside clean. On the rollers back there, it started to get stuck a little bit. Clean it up a little bit, take a little leg stretcher. These probably don't need those. A lot of roots here. It didn't really mess up the result yet, I think, but maybe good to occasionally rip these weed roots off. It's more of an issue with the harrow in the spring. Luckily the dirt is kind of dry, yeah, because sometimes when it's wet, then you get these weed roots, and then they get stuck here, then like mud starts to collect here on these rollers here, back here, and then you need to take like a tool and clean it off, and but yeah, that's not happening this year when it's this dry. Like the wheels are completely clean and it works well when it's dry. Much better than if it would be like very wet and muddy. At least most of that out. Oh yeah, with this weather now I should close the door when I go outside. Otherwise the hot air gets inside. What does it say that it is now? 22, 23. It's probably like 25 again. roots that we pull up now, at least they will get kind of fried in the sun now, so that's good. If we would have the other machine, there's like one machine that's basically does the same as this one, but then at the rear there's like a spinning thing that spins faster than what you're driving, and then it throws all the roots up in the air, and then all the roots land on top of the dirt, and then that's like a really good way to kill all the weeds. This one just a good job, but it would be better if it would lift up even more roots to the surface. But yeah, that's one of the machines that's on the long list of things I would want to get, but financially, especially now after a couple of bad years, it's not really in the cards. But yeah, at some point it would be nice to have one of those things. It would definitely help with the multi-year weeds. Almost went a little too far there. There's like a small ditch there. It's really not a ditch, but it's kind of a ditch. A little rough. This is like the most weedy area of our fields here. We'll see if it continues to stay warm and dry like this. I might want to do another pass just here, just to kick up even more, like lift up even more of the weed roots. But it really depends on the weather. If it starts to rain, then it's no point in doing that then. Hello there, NG Beer. Here in this corner right here the soil might also be kind of hard. It seems like it went through it pretty well. It's actually pretty optimal moisture in the soil to do this. Like if it wouldn't have rained at all, then the soil could be like, it would be like too hard to do this. Now I think it's pretty good. There's some moisture still. By no means is there a lot of moisture, but it seems to be running through it pretty well. So yeah, day is going pretty good so far. Haven't broken anything, and auto steer seems to be working, so that's two things that it's not 100% of the time that those things work. It should be, and the stream is, I think, working also. Sometimes it's not working that great. We can try to switch it over a little bit too. Generally, when we're out in like a big field with no trees around, it should be okay for signal. Yeah, that's right. It's Massey Ferguson 6455. We are using every horsepower we got today, pretty much. This is one of the heaviest implements to pull with the tractor. Especially if you go like deeper in the ground. try to not back up in the ditch now. It's kind of between my field here and the neighbor's field. There's really there's like a tiny ditch there, but it's almost like there's no ditch. For sure you can tune a tractor, because I think this one, it's also like the transmission is the same one they use in the bigger ones. So if you tune up the engine, you shouldn't get any issues with the transmission. It should be able to handle it. So yeah, you would just have to, I don't know if it's enough if you just do like change the chip on the tractor. I don't know if that's enough, or if you need to put like a bigger turbo on there too. So yeah, you could definitely tune this one up. Like the other tractor we have, the 399, that one is like the engine is pretty good, but then the transmission is the same as from like a smaller model. So in that one, I guess you could run into transmission issues easier. But this one, it's like, I think it's one of the smallest like engine horsepower tractors in this series. I could be wrong, I'm not like a super expert. My brother would know more probably. But I think it's the same, yeah. The gearbox transmission, it's like, it's actually the same as in bigger tractors. That's how they do it a lot these days. Like even if the horsepower is different in different tractors, then they might use the exactly same transmission. Because I think it's for the manufacturer, it's like cheaper to make one solid transmission and then use it in a lot of tractors. Few of them with the 4.4 liter. Yeah, this one, yeah, I think this one has the 4.4 liter engine, I think. And yeah, then they just change, they just change the computer on the tractor, so you have like even the same engine but more horsepower just by changing the electronics, I guess, or changing the chip. But yeah, tuning it up like that, like changing the chip, that's one thing that you for sure can't do yourself, or at least we can't do it ourselves. You would have to take the tractor to someone who knows what they're doing in that, like in that regard. But yeah, some people definitely tune their tractors. It could be a cheaper way of getting a bigger tractor in a way. Like buy a smaller tractor and then tune it up so it's like a bigger tractor. As long as it doesn't start to break anything else on the tractor, it could be a good thing to do. Yeah, for sure. For sure you can do it. But then it would be it would probably start to use a little bit more fuel, but it could be good still. But this is pretty much the only job where if I would go like a lot deeper than now, then we could use like an extra 10-20 horsepower. But all the other things don't really need a bigger tractor. Like this would be pretty much the one job where you sometimes could use more horsepower. Other jobs, it's basically I almost want bigger equipment first. Tractor is big enough. Yeah, we don't want to tune it up as much as they do in the tractor pulling. Those tractors are only meant for tractor pulling. They would definitely not work to do like longer passes like this. They have very high horsepower, but you can also basically only run them for like a minute or two, and then they will start to overheat. Those tractors are like heavily modified. Heavily modified. One pass in 20 seconds. Yeah, maybe if we had so much power, we'd go like super fast. Biggest gear, 40 kilometers per hour on the field. I think you might start breaking things that you're pulling behind you then. Would create so much drag. So there, I don't know if you see in the front, but there the neighbor, he's actually plowing with a plow. But we will also be plowing, but it will be probably in like after one more month, like in October. But neighbor's already doing some plowing. I think they might still seed some like winter crops maybe. Another neighbor, he still has some little bit left here to harvest. But yeah, harvest here is pretty much over. I think yeah, a couple of neighbors have like a little bit left, like maybe 1 or 2 days. Then everybody has everything harvested. It seems to be pretty early this year, and everyone gets their crop off the field reasonably dry. That is also definitely not the case every year. Some years you're like late September, almost early October, you're still struggling to get the crop off the field. But this year, at least the harvest was like easy. But it was also a very low yielding harvest. Yeah, in the tractor pulling, I think from an engine this size, like 4.4 liter, I think they take out maybe like 500 horsepower. So it's like 5x what the engine normally has. So it's not, the engine is not gonna last as long when you tune it up like 5 times. 5x the horsepower. Drop it down. Give it some power. I could show you guys some things again while we're going here. Maybe the sun is better now, maybe you can see. Like we're following the lines, we got a few lines left before we come to the edge of the field there again. Maybe the sun is better now when it's higher up. I should probably do this first actually. Now we got the small picture big, then you can maybe see better. Now you see something. It's a little heavy on the glare still, but there's like lines and we're following one line and it's painting it like blue when it's done. And you can see up there some stats like now we've done 2.8 hectares. 28% done of the field. we have contact with 45 satellites at the moment that you can also see up here. So the auto steer should have enough satellites to communicate with, so it could calculate the straight passes and like, yeah, have the right info. Yeah, once we have done, like if we do every third pass here now, once we come to the other edge of the field here, we should have done technically pretty close to 1/3. A little bit, of course, on the like ends of the field. Still some little bit left there. Pass back here, then we can do probably finish off like the side of the field there and then go back again with every third pass. That's a big teasel right there. I definitely want to cut that one off. Start from the corner with this pass, pretty much. Pretty much. We can do every pass, the last bit here, finish it off. This field is pretty good. It's almost like a rectangle, but I think it's a little bit like this. It's a little bit wider up here. But yeah, we can just finish off the last bit here. Probably we can do one pass just close to the edge right there. I think we're gonna follow a GPS track there because it's a little it's narrower there. It's like we almost started from the corner there, so this end is like 10 meters wider. Manual steering for a bit. Monka steering for a bit. Do an extra pass here. It's right at the edge. There's even more weeds. pass back here, I guess. Then finish off that small triangular piece. It gets a little bit easier to line it up now when we have like some actual lines you can see in the field. Don't need to look on just on the auto steer. Visually see what's left. Bastard fly. Back there somewhere, finish off the triangle here. Probably I'll right at the edge here, I'll probably do like a pass back in the other direction there to rip out those weeds a little extra. Seems like there was quite a bit. Whoop. One more pass should finish up that, I think, pretty well. this corner could use a little dump, like one load of soil here in the corner. It goes like, corner goes so far down there. Wouldn't hurt to throw in, yeah, sometimes when we dig a ditch somewhere, could throw in some dirt there. Now you can see there's exactly like 3 meters left. Even with this I leave like, probably have like 5 centimeters of overlap. So it for sure like cuts all the weeds. You don't want to leave like 5 centimeters of untouched ground. Could leave some weeds alive. Of those small blackbirds. Any awesome tricks in the tractor? Well, we got auto steer. As you can see, I'm not steering, just when I'm turning around. And then we have like a stream running, so I can show you what's happening in the tractor. That's if you would go to all tractors, that would be 99.9% of tractors would not have a stream running. Don't know how awesome it is, but it's at least something you wouldn't find in every place. Yeah, let's go right there. Like now you can see the tractor. The tractor is doing the steering. No hands. Look, no hands, Mom. Then we'll do here, we can shut it off. And then we can drive manual. Somewhere here we'll probably turn around. There was a little bit left there. Otherwise this kind of wedge here is done. Then the rest is just long passes straight back and forth. Sort of hole there in the field. I guess we smoothed it out a little bit there. Now we'll go down here with a pass and then we'll come up right at the edge there. There's a lot of weeds, so we might do like an extra. We can do an extra pass there. And I can see later if it's making any difference if you do like a couple of passes in the same spot. Yeah, right here on the left, just where we worked like half an hour ago, the surface is already completely dry. With this weather, it's good. It's gonna dry out the weeds, kill as many as possible. wheels stay nice and clean. If it's a little bit more moist, then it starts to collect, especially on the two wheels on the machine there, and that's not good. Now they stay perfectly clean, which is good. Keeps the machine working at the right depth. Although once on the edge there it was kind of rough there, so we can do one like extra pass in the other direction than we went the first time. Probably start right from the corner. More bouncy when you drive here, where we just did one pass. corner rock somewhere buried right there. Ah, yeah, there I see it. Actually see the corner post, corner rock, corner marker, whatever you want to call it. Now we just have like long passes pretty much, or headlands plus long passes. conditions are pretty good. For this job, it's good that it's pretty dry in the soil. It's pretty good, and it's even surprisingly in the parts that usually are harder. It goes through pretty well actually. So yeah, if there is any job that we need, or it's better that the soil is dry, then this would be the job. So the one good thing with dry conditions is this goes pretty well. Everything else, it's not good if it's dry, but for this it's kind of good. Yeah, no soil. It's remarkably dry. It's almost all the other years I've done this. It's pretty much like it always wants to stick to the small wheels on the implement there. But it seems, yeah, it's not sticking at all today. They're squeaky clean still. Yeah, but tractor wheels, they usually stay clean, even if it's a little muddy, because when you put power to the wheels, it helps clean them. But the wheels on the machine, they're just like free rolling. So they want to collect dirt like easier. But yeah, there's almost dust flying, which is it's pretty rare. Yeah. The one thing with this one, if it's really muddy or if the surface is wet, you can't really do this because the tractor will just spin the wheels. That's actually a good one. Yeah, if it's really wet, then you can't do it with this. It's just gonna spin the wheels. So it has to be kinda dry at least. Otherwise you can't drive with this one at all. And if it's really wet, the weeds won't really die either. Like they have so good moisture, but now when it's dry, the weeds, probably some of them will at least take damage. Yeah, if it's really wet, then it's better to not. It's better to not do anything. Yeah, for once it's good. It's good that it's dry. It's gonna stay pretty warm too. Like today it might be like 27, so the last really hot day, but then after that, as long as the forecast goes forward, it's supposed to be like 22 degrees, which is like, it's gonna be like mid-September and it's like 22 degrees and sunny. What the hell? What the hell? It could easily be like 15 degrees this time of the year. It's fine in the cabin. This tractor has AC. Yeah, this is the only machine we have that has AC. The combine doesn't have AC, and the other tractor doesn't have AC. But this one has AC. Yeah. So it's the heat is not a problem here. And also it seems the tractor is not overheating either. we have coolant, we have all enough oil and everything, so the tractor seems to be handling it too pretty well. Yeah, we have to wait till October to plow because it's too hot right now. If we're gonna plow with the other tractor, yeah, in this weather, I wouldn't want to plow. Much better to wait for cooler temperatures. Soon you have to wait till like mid-February to wait, so it's like minus degrees or even like low plus degrees. This one it's a little narrower than it's a little bit narrower than the one we used when we harrow in the spring, when we make the dirt like smooth on the surface. That one is wider than this one. But then the actual plow, like the one that turns dirt, that one is narrower than this one. But yeah, you'll see the other tillage tool later this year. But this one it's about 3 meters wide, so it's still decent size. Actually, I think it's like 3.2 meters technically, or like 3.15. So I can do, with this speed, I can do about 2 hectares per hour. So yeah, this whole field would take technically like 5 hours. And this is like the big field. So it goes pretty fast. It's so wide that on the cell phone camera there, the machine barely fits on the cell phone camera. Yeah, the cell phone, I think it's like the angle of the video is like much narrower. This camera here, it's like more wide lens. Plow blades are narrower than the normal plow blades. Actually, this one it's pretty wide. Like the one of the blades, it's like this wide. It cuts like pretty wide. But it's, yeah, I mean, technically the plow, the actual plow, one blade that turns the dirt, it's like, it's 14 inches, which is about, is it like for this much, maybe 45 centimeters, 40 centimeters. So that's actually, technically it's wider there, 35. This one of these, I think they're like 20 centimeters wide maybe. So yeah, technically the plow is wider, but it only has 3. Like this one has, I think it's 12. So that's why this is wider, even if one bit is narrower. But yeah, the actual plow we go deeper, so that's why it has to be narrower, because otherwise the tractor wouldn't pull it. Now we're going maybe 10 centimeters, 12 centimeters deep in the ground. With the actual plow we will be going like 20 or a little bit more than 20 centimeters. Whoops, let's rev it down too. Forgot that. But yeah, it's all dependent on how deep you go. The deeper you go, the narrower the thing has to be, basically. Otherwise, the tractor won't have enough power to pull it, which kind of makes sense. Yeah, the heavier something is, the less you have to do at a time to not like stall out. And then in the spring, when we just prepare the soil for the seeds, then we just go maybe this deep, like 5 centimeters. Then I can use, like the tool we use then is like 4.5 meters. So then it's wider than this. But yeah, it all depends on how deep you go. It's not plugging up too badly. Back in the rollers that are furthest back, they usually start collecting stuff, but it's so dry now that they actually stay clean. Which is kind of nice. Don't need to step outside too much. Leaving strip like I'm doing, like with the auto steer here. It doesn't really matter in which order I will do. I will eventually, everything will be done, but it's easier if I go there now. I can do like an easy turn and then come back there and then go like that to the other side of the field and then come back again. Like it's kind of hard to describe. But yeah, I would need to go turn a lot more times to go back right here now. So instead I will go back over there. I can show when I turn around, I can show the auto steer here. Then it kind of maybe makes more sense. It will eventually, everything will be done. Yeah. Now I can go here, like do a simple turn and then go back. If I would go back right here, I would go like this, back, forward, backwards, forward. Like you would have to shift more times. So it's just the way it's the easiest to do. I only, if I do it right, I only need to reverse once and then forward again. Like you can see now, here I go to the end. Then we'll lift up and then put it in reverse. Technically we should end up there now. If I would want to go there, I would have to reverse. Now I'd have to go forward then reverse again, and then go there. But this way I can just reverse once to somewhere here. And then we can put the auto steer back again, then it will steer. And then we're right here, then we just go. Then we just go forward again. Just need to switch. I only need to change directions once, like one reverse. And then once I go to the other side like this, then I have these strips left here, and then I can do them backwards again. Like this one, that one, next one, the last one. It's one of the advantages with the auto steer. If you drive manually, then you won't be able to like leave exactly the right amount. But with this one, it will leave exactly the right amount there. I guess I could try to show this. It won't show you that well because it's kind of the screen is like not the best to watch. I can try to do this. And then I can show you here kinda. Maybe it shows like now we go back there, then we leave these, then I do these last strips with the last like time. You can see it's like it's steering on its own according to like this kind of map. It would be easier to show this if it would be cloudy. Now it's like I know you can't see that well. It's a little bit, yeah, the sun disturbs it. But yeah, here we can see now we've done like 4 hectares out of 10, 41% done. Hectares done out of pretty much 10 hectares is what this field is. Yeah, it's always when you have like glare, it's kind of not nice to show. Maybe from up here. The sun is not our friend in that regard, but it's kind of a minor detail. Yeah, almost half. Once we've done like half or a little bit over, I think John is gonna come and drive. I think we'll split the field in half. I'll do the morning shift and then my brother will do the afternoon shift. Yeah, let's put you back here. Yeah, no worries, John. We still have. I want to do like at least 1 more hectare. Then we're halfway there. Around 3 hours now you are now in the field. Yeah, like we started, I don't know if the stream says we've been online 3 hours, it's probably like in the beginning we hooked up the machine and did some things, but we're probably been in the field now. I didn't check when we came here, but it's like maybe about 3 hours. If we have done 4 hectares, then technically 2 hours, but Yeah, in the field we've probably been like 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours would be my guess. I had a little break here and yeah, some breaks. And in the beginning we did hook up the machine, check the tire pressures, get the stream going. So a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, when you do it like this, if I would have a drone now, if I would fly up, the field looks like a zebra. It's like full of stripes. Zebra field. Yeah. Yeah, you don't wanna, like the worst case is of course if you don't have enough tire pressure, then you're gonna break the actual tire. But yeah, well, if you have the right, like for fields you want kind of low pressure, then it spreads the weight on a bigger surface. And then if you drive, like if you mostly drive on a road, then you can have a little bit harder tires or more pressure in the tires. But yeah, for the fields you want pretty soft tires. Spread the weight out. More grip. What is this app? What do you mean? I think if you have the really new tires, you can have really low pressures in them. You're asking about the stream. Yeah, it's for the camera that's facing forwards. I'm using the it's called BellaBox. It's the software. And then the rear-facing camera, that is just a cell phone. And on the cell phone I use I think it's the IRL Pro is the app. And then that all goes to OBS. And then that sends it to Twitch and Kick. But yeah. Yeah, BellaBox is the software. If you want more details, you can always look it up online. If you go to the official BellaBox site, there should be a lot of information on how it like works. I just use the software. I'm not the developer of the software. Yeah, 0.6 bars. It's almost, the tires are almost like balloons at that point, like really soft. But it's the really new ones. They're made like super strong so they can flex a lot. Like the tire can flex a lot, move a lot without breaking. The older tires, you had to have them pretty hard. Otherwise they would like break. The side wall of the tire would like start breaking. yeah, the old tires weren't as good. Newer are better because you can get the weight spread over a larger surface. Even in the tires, there's like the technology develops all the time. So the tires also get like better and better. But also new tires are really expensive. The big new tires for like bigger tractors, holy hell. We changed on the other tractor, the 399, we changed all 4 tires. And I think it was around 4,000 euros, I think, for 4 new tires. And that's not a particular like big tractor. So on the 3,200, it wasn't that bad then. I guess with tax it was 4,000. So yeah, if I would change the tires on this tractor, they're a little bit wider. I think for this tractor it would probably be around 4,000 euros. So yeah. When I change on my car, I can change for like 200, 300 euros, 4 tires. On the tractor, it's like 4,000 euros. Big difference. Big difference. Yep, and then if you go to all kinds of like more special tires like big dump trucks and those, then it's like 10,000-20,000 per tire. But then it's really like really specified tire, and they might even have like they're like super reinforced and things. Okay, we went there. We should probably go somewhere here now. Oh, there's a little bit sticking now. We could probably go to the other end, take a little break. Yeah, it's but those are, it's like for the really big dump trucks, and they like, it's crazy, but yeah, the dump truck might cost like $1 million or something, or many millions. It's pretty big machinery at that point. Yeah, they're really big ones. The ones that work in gravel pits or in like in big mines or things like that. Yeah, probably like Cat makes like those really big pieces of machinery. Those tires are like, they're like 2, 3, maybe more, like 5 meters high. So one tire is like, probably weighs as much as this whole tractor. It's like a completely different scale of things. Take a little break here, check outside a little bit. There was a little weed stuck, maybe. A little break. Quickly inside. It's like a sauna out there. Man, when you open the door and go outside. Whew. It's like a sauna out there. sun. It's probably outside now. It's over 30 degrees in the sun. Whew. Quickly back inside the AC. Real feel is 28 degrees, yeah, and that's in the shade, yeah. In the sun it's probably like 35 in the sun, could be 40 in the sun. It is crazy. It's very close to being like a record, September heat record. So no wonder it feels weird. So yeah, some leaves are starting to turn yellow, and it still feels like it's in the middle of the summer. Crazy. Yeah, we're tilling the soil a little bit. I would say the main purpose is to cut off the weeds and kind of kill the weeds. That's the main purpose. But I guess it does a little bit of tillage at the same thing, or at the same time. So yeah, some mechanical weeding. Slowly but surely we need to add more and more AC all the time. It's not on full blast yet, but we're not super far away from it. Almost in the ditch. Much field in around this size you have to cultivate after this. So this year this is the only field I will do this thing on. Like we have a couple of other fields, but those we will just straight up plow. So this is the only field we do this year. So just this one field. So yeah, after today it's gonna be probably a month until we do the next like field work, which will be then plowing. Or we'll see, maybe if the weather stays really good like this, and if the weeds come a little back here, then I might want to do another pass with this machine and then plow it. But yeah, that really depends on the weather. Yeah, plowing, like even in the EU rules, it is like the other fields we have grass on them. The earliest you are allowed to plow them is in October. So it's actually also like, unless you want to break some rules, you need to wait until October. It's actually in the EU rules. But yeah, we're gonna try it otherwise too, because it could be better for the weed control. Like if you plow it as late as possible, then the weeds don't have time to recover in the fall afterwards, and then they would have like a head start in the spring. So we're gonna try that, change it up a little bit. Usually we have plowed like maybe this time of the year, but we're gonna try to shift it to a little bit later time of the year. Do the rules make sense? Well, for the other fields it makes sense because we had oats in them, and then we also seeded grass underneath. So right now, after we harvested the oats, right now the grass is growing on the other fields. So it's good to utilize as much as we can with this nice weather, keep that grass going, get more organic matter in the soil. So yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it's particularly meant for if you have if you seed, like you have, for example, oats and then also grass underneath, then the grass doesn't do much until you give space to it like right now in the fall. So it's good to try to use like that way. If I would just have oats there, it would be like, let's say, one season of growing. Now when I have oats plus grass underneath, I can get like 1.3 seasons out of it. Like you get the oat crops plus some grass growth. So it actually makes sense. Some of the rules don't make sense, but that's actually one that, yeah, it kind of makes sense for once. Yeah, many rules do not make sense. A lot of the paperwork seems kind of unnecessary. Yeah, there are definitely done a lot of rules. Also, one pretty new one is you also have to leave never remember if it's 33. I think it's 33%. Yeah. So 33% of your fields, area, you have to leave on grass or stubble over the winter. So that's why we won't plow everything in the fall. Just maybe. Yeah, we will plow everything else except the 33%. That's a pretty new rule also. I think the goal with that is maybe, I don't know, less erosion maybe. Like especially if you have your fields on like, if it's like a hilly area, and if you plow in the fall and then you get like heavy rain or fast snow melt in the spring, then it could like wash dirt away. But I mean here it's not like a super big risk. The fields are really, it's really flat here. And then there's a bunch of other rules. I won't go through them all. It's a lot of them are kind of boring. Maybe one I could mention is you have to have, I think it's at least 3 different crops per year. It was either 2 or 3. So you can't just put like oats on all fields. That's also not possible. But that's also kind of good. You don't really want to have just one thing. Good to shift. Like same field, have different things always. Okay, we got the NPC has arrived. We'll see if he takes over now. We've done about 50% of the field now, so I guess it's a good spot to switch driver. Yeah, but it's better for the field if you switch it up. If you have the same thing always in the same field, then you will get, the weed pressure will get worse over time. The disease pressure will get worse. So if you switch it up, it's like, let's say one disease is on one crop, but then if you switch the crop on that field, then the disease doesn't like explode. If you had the same thing, it would kind of get worse every year, like more and more of the disease. NPC has arrived. Oh God, he's filming us. We're double filmed. Yeah, somebody once said that it's the NPC has arrived. I guess we call him the NPC now. NPC called John. Just back it up here, perfectly lined up for him. I guess that should be pretty good there. But yeah, we'll see. I'll probably take the stream with me, unless he wants the stream here. We'll have to ask. No niin, jag får filma det. Vill du ha streamen? Det ska jag ta streamen bort. Jag kan ta, jag får hem, ska jag muta så det hörs inte något ljud hifrån. Jag kan göra det så, bara jag får till datorn så mutar det. Så talar jag från datorn hem i streamen. Det skulle vara weird i alla fall. Jag kan bara byta det, jag byter det kameran lite. Man kan rippa bort de där millan, det kollektar lite men inte blir det så länge som inte, om man ser de där i bak rullar fritt så det där kan man nu millan kasta, jag kastar nu ett par gånger. Men det när det är torrt, det är bara hi, så här är ungefär det värsta som det har blivit sån här hi. Det brukar alltid bli här så här muta vet du, så tvinnar de här. Ja. Det ser ju rent ut i år. Det är som det bästa året all det.
Det här gör det spöet, så mycket det far.
Nej, jag tycker att det plöjas lika djupt. Och det är värre, det här sista det är inte alls så mycket. Om man putsar nu så blir det inte nästan något. Man ser mig här ganska mycket.
Ja.
Här är mysen här, man ser som lite. drar i det.
Bara något 10 cent.
Ja, jag vet på att för inte drar det så tungt inte. Så nu far det, och det brukar de skära ganska bra till botten. Här är ju leder, de djupar de. Så där bara så man kör så där, bara man kör så här så backar så far det nästan perfekt där. Och sen till de andra kanten och sen kommer man tillbaka. Det där. Börjar två eller tre drag att det blir mycket så. Ja. Så det är lätt att ha det i traktorn bort sen.
Ja, men lägg så här.
Annars så far det hjulen när jag kör. Se bara när det far hjulen när jag kör. Och så far det hjulen när jag kör. Det är lätt att ha det i traktorn. Det far hjulen. Det far hjulen. Det far hjulen. Det blir luftmotstånd. Det är lätt att ha det i traktorn. Och truga det i millan någon gång. Annars så det far hjulet, vet du, så far det, vet du, sönder. Jag tar det här micken kanske. Sen tar jag vad heter det här, så där det är akkun, så att det laddar. Jag tar bort. Ja, men we're going to switch it up a little bit here. I will leave the stream on here. And 2 cameras, but once I get out of here, I will see if I can get so you can hear me talking, but I'm at the computer. And then there's no sound from here. Because John is probably not going to... I'm going to take this phone, so John is not going to read the chat. But yeah, this should be good. We got battery. We got battery, and we got the small battery here. Put this guy somewhere so it doesn't fall down. That should be good. This guy I'm gonna take. Chat phone. The rest can be here. So stream will go on, and John will probably not read chat. Allt ser nog bra, det är inte stigit hit i något hit, men det är så varmt att man vill ha in hit utan den ute. Kylan av sig. Jag tror att det var en gång kondensvatten på av sig, eller räcker det? Är det vatten? Det är kylan. Var det inte så mycket att skjuta mörkt? Jag vill bara se att kylan ska komma varje. Jag körde ju med den där växeln som är i med det där ben och någon 6 kilos här tid man var så drar det där. Det är orkbordare, men det är nästan bra fart.
Ja, något.
Yes sir. probably mute from the tractor. Like this. Can you hear just me now? I muted from the tractor, so now you shouldn't be hearing anything from the tractor. This is nice. Now we have now we have somebody driving and then somebody just commentator. But yeah, pretty happy that worked. I just plugged in the first mic I found. It seems to be picking it up in OBS. Maybe we can lower it a little bit so it sounds not so loud. But yeah, NPC John will finish the field. This will definitely be I don't know how weird the sound is when there's nothing from the tractor. Should at least it should be, everything else should be muted. It should be just yeah, it's just the microphone. Yeah, what if I could, unless I'm not gonna mute it, we can try this. I'm gonna put it on with really low volume. Let's see. Something like that. What does that sound? I would have to hear it myself. It's kind of tricky to do that, but now there's a little bit of tractor sound in the background. I don't know if it's too loud or just a little bit. If there's one thing that's definitely really tricky, it's like sound. Sound settings. Let's see if we pump it up a little more. Now it's a little louder. Yeah, maybe now you can hear it. It's really I just changed the decibels a little bit in OBS. Small changes make a big difference, I think. And this is like a first. Like, I've never done this before. This is again uncharted territory. But yeah, this can work pretty good, and I can when I have the microphone on, and then when I need to take a break here, probably go eat something, so then I'm just gonna shut off the microphone, then it's just the tractor audio. But yeah, actually I haven't eaten lunch yet, so I'm gonna go eat now. So I'm gonna mute my audio, and then it's just gonna be the tractor audio for a bit. But I can still check. I'm gonna check the chat phone, so I can still maybe write in chat. But yeah, I will be back in a bit after I've eaten.
Okay, we back again. Seems like NPC driver is still not in the ditch, so that's good. Dr. Disrespect is not in the ditch yet. Switch, we can switch to this. Then we got this third scene. Yeah, this is just the this is just the machine. Haven't really used this scene too much. This is probably the best, this one. Or we can switch between the ones. Yeah, now when I switch to the big one, when I'm at the computer, now I can really see how the the computer picture is like, even in the tractor, it's like super shaky. It should be 1080p from the cell phone too, but it's like super shaky. Yeah, when I'm like controlling the OBS, I can pretty much do like, I could do whatever here. It's even easier to control now than if I'm in the tractor. Technically I could control everything the same way, but it's like from the cell phone it's much harder. From here I can adjust basically anything that goes in the or out from OBS to Twitch or Kick or YouTube. So we can adjust. I got all the sources here and all kinds of stuff. The only thing I cannot adjust is the cameras like in the tractor. I cannot move them around or anything like that. Does this work? What if does this even show anything? Nah, this one didn't change anything. Control all kinds of sources. We don't want to put that on right now, but yeah, like if I would have an actual computer in the tractor or something, then I could hook up two cameras that both would be like HDMI cameras or like good cameras, like not cell phones. So it would, like right now it would be, I have like a GoPro 7 or something. That one could work well as a secondary camera if I would have a computer in the tractor. But yeah, I don't have a tablet. I don't even have I only have like desktop computers. So I'm not gonna take my desktop computer and put it in the tractor. Even that could technically work, but yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. Because yeah, the Bella box it's good for everything else, but you cannot connect two cameras to the Bella box. It's only one camera can be connected to the Bella box. Like there's like some sort of like switcher, or you could buy some sort of piece that you put two cameras connected to like one I don't know what it's even called, HDMI switcher or something. And then from that one it's just one cable to the Bella box. I think that way you could have two good cameras connected to the Bella box. But that's something like 200-300 euros, I think, for just the HDMI switcher. Just a tablet for chat. Nah, but right now I read chat from like the cell phone. It's fine. I don't really need a bigger. Like a tablet could be okay. But usually I use my, if I have like this like two camera setup, then I use my old phone as the chat phone. And then when I just have one camera, like most of the time, then I have like my good phone, so to speak, is the chat phone. But yeah, tablet would be, but it's just for the tractor streams then. It's too big when riding the bike or walking outside. It's much easier to have the cell phone on the arm there, on the wrist. But yeah, there's a bunch of things you could do. Like a drone. A drone could be cool. Then I could show now one camera from the tractor and another one like from high up in the air. Which would be cool. But it would only work for a short time. And it's again the drones that support streaming are like, you can't buy your 200 euro drone. It won't work from those. It needs to be like, the drone needs to be able to send out RTMP, I think it's for the drones. And then you can use it just like I use a cell phone now. So you need those. I think DJI Mini 3 or something would work. But it's again, what is it, 1,000 euros, close to 1,000 euros. So just for, it would be cool, but pretty expensive. One thing I'm gonna try this winter probably. You should be able to connect like a camera wirelessly through RTMP to the Bella box. That way I could have my old GoPro on the head and then stream skiing that way. I'm not sure. I think it should work. At least with the newer GoPros it works. I'm really hoping it works with the GoPro 7 too. Then that could be useful for certain types of streams where the shoulder mount isn't really optimal. But yeah, with streaming there's like endless amounts. You could do endless things. Basically, have as many cameras as possible, have a computer somewhere. Like, the possibilities are pretty much like endless. Yeah, is it? This is something new. I've never tried this before, to be like not in the tractor but still like doing commentary of the stream live basically. It's really kind of weird. Feels kind of weird, but but yeah, it seems like NPC John is doing a good job, so But yeah, you can also now you can see on the big screen, you can see like on the neighboring field there, like our neighbor is plowing. So if you wonder what plowing is, you right now you can see the other tractor there is plowing on the it's the neighbor. Not really close right now, but you can kind of see it. Wish I could on the action camera. I can't like zoom in. That could be nice too. I don't know if I could add some sort of like filter or something that would zoom in. That could probably be a possibility somehow. Some sort of zoom thing on the computer maybe. But yeah, as I said, endless things. You can do endless things with the stream. One thing I a little bit researched was also like, what if I would have like, there's those cameras that you can like you can control the zooming and panning, so you can basically turn the camera around. Like it won't be a 360 cam, but you can move the camera, and then if chat could move that camera with like maybe very small bit donations or something, like that would be really cool. But I don't think I've seen anybody have that, but I mean it should again technically be somehow possible. You would somehow there's probably some software then that like controls the camera, and then you would have to connect that to the OBS somehow and then make some things. I don't know, that's probably way over my head. But if someone else would do it, then I could probably follow some instructions or something. That would be really cool. For example, like a stream like this, then I could have just one camera, but then you could zoom it or move it around. And that would be, I think that would be cool. Yeah, I think John is back to the other side of the field. I think he's done probably like 2/3 of the field, and then he's just got the last strips left to go back to the other side, and then I guess a few headlands, like the ends of the field. But there's not much left there because we drove it like this, so it went very close to the ditches. There's just gonna be like a few passes at the ends of the field. Yeah, man, when I rode away with the bike from the field, like I didn't ride the bike, I rode the bike like 1 kilometer maybe, and it was like full Niagara Falls on my forehead after that. Man, it's hot. Like it's the humidity is probably, I should probably check what's the humidity today. It felt like extremely warm. Humidity is it's actually not that bad, like 53%. It felt like warmer. Yeah, I don't know if you can, if I could somehow somehow control them. 30 euros, that sounds excuse me. 30 euros sounds really cheap. I looked at some like webcams, they were like maybe a couple €100 or something. But it needs to be like a zoom, pan, rotate kind of camera. And of course, if it's just a webcam, I don't know about the image stabilization. I think that might be the bad thing. So if there's no image stabilization, it would be like the cell phone, like it would be super shaky picture. That might be the downfall of those. Because I haven't seen anybody do it on any stream. Like maybe desktop streamers. But like IRL streamers, I have not seen anybody do it. But yeah, if just the bloody GoPros would work easily, then I could have the GoPro on the head. That would be pretty easy. Easy way to get the kind of wireless camera. Good day there, Kick and Keith. Yeah, you have tuned in on a very special stream today. So we have there's like a John is driving today, and I'm actually like commentating here. I was driving a little bit ago, but I did the morning shift. Now John is doing the afternoon shift, and I'm just a commentator now. Yeah, good day to Florida, or is it still good morning there? Maybe might be quite early. But yeah, usually I'm where the camera is also. Usually, this is actually probably the first time we're trying this type of setup. You can hear a little bit from the tractor too. First we tried it to just mute the tractor completely, or the sounds from there, but it's kind of weird. And it's most of the time completely silent. Now there's at least like some background noise too. Switch the cameras again a little bit. Now you can see the dirt fly a little better. Now he's doing the last passes, I think. The last third of the field, so to speak. Now we can probably see the neighbor is plowing pretty close by there. Let's get a nice 5 furrow plow or 5 bottom plow. And a Valtra in front. Four inches of rain 2 days in a row. 4 inches. That's crazy because during the whole summer here we got like 5 inches maybe. Like from like May, June, July, August. 4 months we got in total like 125 mils maybe. So that's like 5 inches maybe. 5 inches in 4 months. So yeah, it was, this summer was super dry here. The whole damn summer. And that's not good when you're trying to grow crops. Now it's good when we're doing this cultivating here, ripping out the weeds. Now it's good that it's hot, sun is shining, it's dry. Now it's good, but yeah, May, June, July. A lot of rain then would have been good. Really good. Hopefully next year. Hopefully next year is better. More rain next year. That's the only thing you can pretty much do. It's been, we have had like a few dry years in a row here now, so really hoping it's gonna get wetter next year. But yeah, 4 inches in like 1-2 days. That's crazy. That could start to be like too much. Like I always kind of jokingly say that we can't get too much rain here in the summer. But I mean, technically it's of course possible. If you would get like 3 inches in 1 day, then it would not be good. But yeah, most of the time here in the summer it can't really rain. It's usually too little rain. And the fields we have are pretty flat, so there's no, like there's not even really erosion, even if it rains hard and fast. Then yeah, the dirt sucks it up pretty well. Yeah, I got a small garden in the farm at the farm too, but I'm pretty much harvesting the last stuff here because it's gonna. You won't believe it now when it's, what is it now? It actually says it's 28 degrees here. In a few months we will get snow, so just harvesting in my garden. I'm just kind of harvesting the last things, and then it's winter time. And then again next spring we will plant more in the garden too. Yeah, if you're in the warmer climates, you can basically grow things all year round. Here we have growing months are pretty much May, June, July, August, and then September. Pretty much we have pretty much 5 months. 5 months of growing time. Just checking the weather. Today is supposed to be the last really hot day. After this, it's supposed to cool down here. Yeah, all the way. Tomorrow it's gonna be all the way down to the very cool temperature of 23 degrees. And it's gonna continue like that. The long-term forecast here is like the 20th of September. It could still be 20 degrees during the day. Crazy. That is crazy. And nights are like plus 13 degrees. Very, very warm weather for very, very long time in the future. At least it's gonna cool down a little bit so I can actually stream outdoors. Like yesterday, well, I streamed a little bit yesterday. And then today, it's like way too hot to stream outside even. And as I'm saying that, it's like crazy because it's like September. It should be cooler. Yeah, if you can trust the long-term forecast. The long-term forecast here is, of course, rain-wise, it's like you can't trust it. Temperature-wise, it's probably a little bit more accurate here. Like this summer, there was multiple times where the forecast said like tomorrow or the day after that it's gonna rain, like 20 mils, like an inch. And then every single time pretty much, it dried up and then no rain, no actual rain. And it seems to continue. I mean, the fall has been dry so far too. September seems to be pretty dry now also. I'm reading somewhere it says, yeah, the record was broken. All-time number of days over 24 degrees was broken. So this is officially now the year with the most, in measured history, the year with most number of days over 24 degrees. 65 days, or I guess 66 days now. Days that were over 24 degrees this summer. That's like 2 months out of the 4 months. So half the time it's been over 24 degrees. Crazy. It could still be okay if it would rain, but when you combine those temperatures with less amount of rain, that's when it gets not good. Oh boy. I guess you hear it this way now. Thank you very much, Alien Dwarf, for the sub. For the 6 month sub. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the 6 months. Welcome to the Organic Farmers. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, we got a little bit of a special thing going on here today. I was in the tractor in the morning, but now I'm like not in the tractor. We have an NPC driving the tractor, and I'm just commentating. I did the morning shift, and then we had this NPC, Dr. Disrespect, come in and drive the afternoon shift. Oh yeah, you saw it. Yeah, it's either that or I quickly grew a beard, plus I also got taller. Today he's got probably, he doesn't have that much left, probably like 3 hectares to cultivate. Maybe like 1.5 hours. Yeah, plus the headlands, so maybe just under 2 hours left of cultivating today. And then the next the like field stream will actually be like there will probably be almost like at least like 3 weeks until we start plowing. That will be in October. But yeah, I got a lot of other stuff lined up here in between. We're gonna go explore again. Do some nature paths. Then I got some biking trips planned. Maybe trying to do the 100 kilometers in one day with a bike. That could be cool. But yeah, for that also we need the temperature to cool down. I'm not gonna do that if it's 25 degrees. Holy moly. But yeah, now we have. Yesterday we finished the last grain drying also. So now all the grain is harvested, and also the kind of hidden job, invisible job of drying the grain is ready. So now we have all the grain basically like ready. I think we got it to be clean enough also now when we run it through the grain dryer. So it's pretty much ready ready to sell. But we're not gonna sell it right now because prices are not good. And we also need to, we're gonna send the samples into the lab. Then they will analyze it. Then we'll see if the wheat and oats, if they're good enough for human consumption. I have pretty high hopes for both. I think they should be good enough quality. But yeah, you never know before they send the samples back or the info back from the lab. For the wheat, it needs to have the protein needs to be above 12, I believe, percent. I think that's one thing that it has to qualify. Otherwise, it's gonna go to like animal feed or something, and then the price is gonna be even lower. Price is rising a little bit. Yeah, over here it's pretty flat. But yeah, we're probably gonna wait for sure until next year. I'm thinking like if oats and wheat, if it goes up to 300 euros per ton, then we could sell it now. But most of the time it takes 3 months, 4 months, 5 months at least before there is any movement in the price. And then maybe it starts to rise a little bit. Of course, nothing is granted. It could go even more down. That's the gamble there. But yeah, usually we sell, like this year's crops, we will sell them in the first half of next year. That's usually how we've done it. Sometimes we sold in January, February. One year we sold like in April, or maybe even in May. So yeah, it depends. Yeah, we have got the tractor sounds now, and then some dude that's commentating. What is going on? But yeah, the NPC is now he's doing the last strips. Once he turns around in the end, you can see how there's just exactly one width of of the machine like left. Then he needs to do a few more passes, but then the field is pretty much done. Then just the headlands. But yeah, for some people I think the hum of the engine, it can be kind of soothing, or even like can help you fall asleep for sure. It's kind of a monotonous sound. What steering system do we use? It is FJ Dynamics. Yeah, that's the name. It's retrofitted, so we put it in there. We've used it this year and last year. And yeah, it's been working pretty good. We had this spring we had like an issue where it disconnected the auto steer. Like it stopped auto steering once in a while. Then we thought it was like Russians interfering with the signal, because some people actually had that issue, like especially if you are really close to the Russian border. Like there were people that had their auto steer didn't work because there was like interference from Russia, so they had to drive without auto steer. But in our case it was when we have the base station, then when there's like a power cable coming to the base station, there's also an antenna on the base station. If you have that power cable too close to the antenna, it will disrupt the signal, and then it also won't work. Guess how I know it now. Yeah, retrofit systems. But this is a good system. If I would buy some extra cables, we could put this steering wheel in the Combine, in the 33-year-old Combine. It would work in the Combine also. But the monitor I could just switch over. The receiver on the roof of the tractor I could just switch over. But all the cables, I'm not gonna switch those over. Like those are inside like through the roof of the tractor here and inside everywhere. Like that would be too much work. But for I think the cables, like you could buy another set of cables, but I think it was like 1,000 euros or more than 1,000 euros just for the cables. But then I could put this steering wheel in the Combine, in the really old Combine. I think it could be the oldest Combine or the only Sampo 680 that has auto steer. It would work. It would work. Another thing that if I get the finances in better shape, then we could do that too. It would help a lot with the Combine. Like I realized now when I harvested this year, like you have to pretty much always focus on the steering. So over a long day, it definitely takes something out of you. Like if you just need to turn when you're turning around, and then you can drive straight and basically just focus on the header and seeing that the Combine is working, then it would be a lot easier. But it would be cool. Cool to have auto steer in such an old Combine. Yeah, I could. I mean, I could, but as I said, like the problem is not like I have all the cables I need, but they're in the tractor now, so the monitor is easy enough to switch over to the combine. The receiver on the roof, that would be easy enough to switch over, but all the cables are like they're inside the, like underneath, like inside the tractor now, in through the roof and behind the panels in the cabin, so it's super hard to remove those cables and move them over to the combine. So the easier way would be to buy a new set of cables but use the same monitor, same receiver. The only problem is like moving the cables over. It's like that's too much work. Moving the monitor and receiver, I could see myself moving those over like once a year. That would be okay. Because I'm not gonna buy a whole set. Of course you could buy a whole set, like new steering wheel, like a whole new auto steer, and put it in the combine. But that's too much. That's too much. But for just the cables, it's like maybe €1,000. For the whole set, it's like many €1,000. I was kind of surprised how expensive actually just the cables were. But yeah, you can buy like it's specifically, there's a set you can buy that's specifically made for that case, that you want to use your auto steer in multiple, let's say multiple tractors, or a tractor and a combine. Then it's like maybe a half-hour job to switch over just the monitor and the receiver. If I would switch all the cables over, it would take like 1 day to disassemble everything from one tractor, and then like 1 day to put it on the other machine. And doing that like a couple of times a year, that would be too much. It has to be like relatively easy to switch it over. But yeah, we'll see in the future. If the grain prices go up a lot, which I'm not super hopeful for, but maybe, then we could have some potential to invest something back in the farming. Yeah, also the cables would probably... I've learned that from streaming also. The best thing for cables is if they don't move around. If a cable is moved around all the time, or it moves, flexes all the time, then it's gonna break. It's just a question of time. One of the many things I've learned also from streaming. That's the especially the HDMI cable from the camera to the backpack. That's the one thing that breaks easy. Very easy. Ask any streamer that uses that kind of setup. That's the weak point. Or cables in general. Cables and ports. Where the cables go in, that's usually where the issues come from. Secondary cam froze. Okay, let's see if the issue is now with the camera there. I cannot restart the camera, so the only thing I can do, I could run a refresh. Let's see. This I have to type in. I think I don't have But yeah, I'll run a little refresh. Let's see if this does anything. Still think it's frozen. I can try to hide and unhide the source. Yeah, that fix does not really fix it usually. We can hide it, but if I show it back, we'll see. Sometimes this could fix it, but if it doesn't, then it's dead because I can't. I don't want to bother John with he would have to. You would have to restart the phone to get it back to working. It seems. At least the front-facing camera is still working. I think the other camera is RIP. It either overheated or just froze, randomly froze. Yeah, this NPC, he doesn't, in the dialogue options, there is no, hey, restart the cell phone. There's no such option there. Cannot do it. But yeah, he doesn't. I don't think he reads chat. And then also, I left my phone with SIM card. That's the phone that's in the tractor. So I can't actually call him either because my phone with SIM card is not. I don't have it here where I am at. Maybe it will be better with Farming Simulator 25. There is an option with restarting the phone. maybe they update it in the real. As you can see, like this is still the beta version of Farming Simulator 25. There are some serious bugs here still. Hopefully these will be fixed before we release the game. Still some serious bugs. Yeah, I think John, he's just for his personal collection. I think he's just filming with the GoPro, not streaming. Big, huge difference. GoPro is good for recording, just recording on a memory card. Streaming with a GoPro, I don't want to talk about it. It's two different worlds. At least with that, I think the GoPro he has, it's like a GoPro 7, like a pretty old GoPro. It might have gotten better with new GoPros, but I'm so traumatized by the old GoPro that I don't want to buy a new GoPro. Like someone would really have to convince me that it's really the best camera out there before I buy a new GoPro. I have nightmares about streaming with the GoPro. Holy moly. Holy moly. Sony quality is much better. The quality is maybe a little bit better, but that's the big difference is the stability. Like this Sony cam, I could run it for days. As long as you power it, no issues. It won't restart itself. It won't shut off basically anytime. But with the GoPro, it's like, at least with the old GoPro, if it loses like signal for a little bit, cut down. Then you have to restart the GoPro because it goes like it locks itself. So you can't just from the app restart the GoPro. That doesn't work. You have to actually take the battery out of the GoPro, put it back in, and then hopefully it maybe starts working. Like just the general stability. So the GoPro is so, at least I'm talking about the GoPro 7 because I tried that in the beginning to stream with it. It doesn't stay on maybe 5 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. Like you're always like restarting the GoPro. And it's like a process to start it. It's not like press a button and it started again. You have to use a phone or take the battery out, put the battery in. What I'm going to try though is, like I just streamed, when I tried the GoPro, I streamed just RTMP from the GoPro to Twitch basically directly. But if there's a possibility to connect the GoPro with RTMP to the Bella box. Maybe just maybe that could work. That could be an option where I could get, like he has now, the camera on the head. Then I would have the option to have no cables going to the camera, which opens up the possibility of moving the camera a lot. Because the camera that I have right now, like there's a cable going to the camera, or actually two. If you start moving that around all the time, cables break. So that's the thing there. But yeah, the setup I have now, it's really solid. Like if we get any issues, it's basically internet has issues, or occasionally you need to restart the Bella box. But it's never gonna be an issue with the camera basically. I've used this camera for a couple of years now, or maybe more. Never issue with the camera. Never. If you see some issues, it's always something else in the camera. It's not the camera. Most of the time it's internet. Like either the signal is too low, or sometimes the Bella box acts up, but then that usually is fixed if I restart it. But yeah, end of rant. I have some experience with the GoPro RTMP streaming. I have nothing good to say about it. Nothing good. That is the GoPro Hero 7. So it's of course the new ones, they might have gotten better. I have no experience with the new ones. Yeah, I know there's external power, or you can have like the bigger battery. But that's not, I didn't have issues with that. Like, as long I always powered the GoPro with like just a USB. Like you can plug in a USB and charge it as you use it. I didn't have any issues with that. I didn't have issues with the GoPro like charging itself, and really I didn't really have overheating issues. It just randomly, like when it dropped if it dropped the internet for even 1 second, then you had to restart the whole damn thing, which was, as I said, not easy. Yeah, when he's driving like this, now you can actually see, I guess if the camera would be a little, you can see the last strips that are left. Those are exactly now the same width as the implement we use. So now we can finish and then come back there with the next green strip, finish it up. That way, while this way he will work his way to the other side of the field, then the actual whole field is done. Just at the ends he needs to do a few passes, but 99% of the field will be done then. I guess when he goes this way, you can see the next strip and the next strip there, or the areas that are not done. With a drone, it would be amazing with a drone. I could show you guys so much better with a drone. Right here, a drone would be good. Then I could show you, explain what's going on. I guess you can see somewhat from the cabin here, but drone would be so. Right here, drone would be amazing. It's on the bucket list, on the dream list. Yeah, the GoPros, they're not like super expensive. They're about the same price, I think, as the Sony. Like the Sony I use now for the camera, that one was, I think I bought it for it was like 200 euros or something like that. But when I bought it, it was already it's a very old model actually. I think they've stopped making the Sony action camera also. The one I'm using now. So it's really hard to get them these days. But it's still I think it's still considered to be overall the best camera for live streaming. Everything put together, it has no issues basically. It has good stabilization and good picture quality. That's the things you want with live streaming, with a live streaming camera. It's the Sony AS300, I believe it. I believe that's the numbers. I can look it up. I'm at the computer here now, so it's easy. I can look it up if it is that one. Let me check. There's another one that's almost the same. It's like X3000 or something, but it's basically the same. Yeah, I believe it's the Sony AS300, yeah, I think. There's also X3000, I think that's almost the same thing. It seems like somewhere you can buy them on eBay. People want 200, 300 euros on eBay for, I don't know if it's new ones or used ones. But yeah, I could probably sell the camera I'm using now. I could sell it for more than what I bought it for, because they are, as I said, they're really good, and they don't. I believe they don't make them anymore. Yeah, the one thing that many cameras don't have is the like clean HDMI out. So you can actually plug a HDMI cable in the camera, and then the camera gives out good quality video through that cable. There's many cameras that either don't have it at all, or it's like laggy or something. Like even the new, there's the, what is it, Osmo Action 4 or something. That's also really good for streaming, but I believe that one has some sort of issue, like after like 1 hour, like pretty much always after like 1 hour, the image quality goes down, and then the only way to fix that is to restart the camera. Like otherwise that camera is pretty good, I think, but then it has like that kinds of issue, and I think almost everybody has that issue. If you buy that camera, then you have that issue. And I don't think, maybe they can fix it, maybe it's like a software issue. If they would fix that, then probably like, I think it's like the Osmo Action 4 or something is also a good one for streaming. That one you can get at least. The Sony you can't necessarily find anywhere. But yeah, this camera is pretty much the one piece of equipment that I've really not had any issues with. Even the modem I have, the Nighthawk modem, it works pretty well, but then occasionally it kind of freezes and doesn't work. DJI, yeah, the one that makes drones, now also offers something with action cams. Yeah, is it there? Do they have the Osmo Action? Is it DJI Osmo Action 4? I might be messing it up with something else. But yeah, there's a few options of decent action cameras that are good, but I think the Sony is still the king of the hill, even if it's pretty old. They started making it like 5 years ago or something, more than 5 years ago. I think the biggest issue is like for specifically live streaming, that's such a small market. Like there's not that many people that do it. That's why not even Sony, like a big manufacturer, even they decided to not continue the Sony action camera. Probably because they don't sell enough. So it's like they're probably losing money on it or something. Because yeah, like probably 99% of people that buy action cameras, they buy them to record footage and then maybe upload it somewhere, or just have it for their own use. That's probably like 99% of people who buy action cameras. So they don't really need the live streaming ability there. It's very few people that need the live streaming ability, or the solid live streaming ability. It's a very, very niche market. NPC is checking phone. I don't think he's checking chat. I think he's probably checking something else. He might actually be listening to music when he's got the headphones on. Yeah, one thing we need to go. Probably need to go pick some lingonberries at some point. I think there might be some lingonberries. There wasn't really any blueberries this year. Lingonberries. Maybe there's enough food that we can actually take a little bucket and go pick some lingonberries. But for that thing also, I need cooler temperatures. have your own forest to saw beams and boards yourself. Yeah, so pretty much all the wooden buildings you can see on the farm, all the wood in those buildings, it is from the farm's own forest. So the way it usually goes is we cut down the logs with a chainsaw. Then we get the logs out of the wood or out of the woods with the tractor and trailer. We have like a tractor and a grapple that you can lift the logs with. But then we don't actually mill the logs to planks and boards ourselves, but there used to be, at least, we haven't cut in a few years, there was in the neighboring village, there's like one guy that has one of those tractor mobile mills that you can run with a tractor, whatever they're called in English. It's like a, yeah, so it's like a basically it's like a big disc that you can cut logs into whatever you want, boards, planks, 2x4s, whatever. Then we have one of those guys come here, or we take the logs to him, depending on if it's like 10 logs or 100 logs, and then that way we cut them to lumber, and then we can use that at the farm. So yeah, we use wood from our own forest both as firewood to heat up the farmhouse, but also pretty much all the wood in all the buildings, it was milled here at the farm and then used in the buildings. That's why I've shown you like the one barn. There's always like a little left over, like you need to cut a little bit more than what you need. So there's like in the barn there's like quite a big pile of different types of wood. Like there's 2x4s, 1x4s, some like 5x5s and things like that. And that's like last summer I built the gazebo. All the wood to that gazebo was just like leftovers from other project. So I used that wood that was left over and built like a gazebo. So for small projects, we always like have a little bit of wood that you can build from. But of course, if I would build like a big building, like a new building, then you would need to cut more. But yeah, in today's world, when everybody is saying, at least here in Finland, probably other places, that you should use like resources that are produced close by, then I don't know how it could be more local than taking logs maximum 2 kilometers from the farm and then building at the farm. And the log doesn't like travel a long way, it travels like exactly 1 or 2 kilometers to the farm, then it gets milled up and then used at the farm. In today's world, I think that should be good, right? It's one thing it was good a long time ago, because a long time ago that was the only way to do it. But then at some point here it was like, okay, the more you can transport that stuff to the other side of the world and back and forth and back a few times, the better it is. And now it's kind of coming back to, okay, let's use more local resources. So that's kind of like it started that way, then it was, and for some stuff it is that way still these days. Like when I buy lingonberry jam from the store, guess where the lingonberry comes from? China, from the other side of the world, from very far away. We have more than enough lingonberries in Finland, but because for the companies that make the lingonberry jam, it's cheaper to import lingonberries from China, make the jam somewhere, wherever they make it, and then send it to Finland. Crazy. In my mind, crazy. But that's the way it is. And I'm not gonna mention even all the electronics. Those are shipped like mined somewhere. The materials for electronics, like the different metals you need, mined everywhere around the world, then shipped everywhere around the world where somebody makes the electronics, probably Asia, a lot of China, and then again shipped all over the world again. Like, it's crazy when you think about it a little bit. Of course, with some products it makes sense. Like if the resource is only in some places, then you kind of have to take it from there and then send it everywhere. But yeah, as I said, lingonberry is a good example here. In Finland we have more than enough lingonberries, more than enough blueberries in our forests. But just because it's cheaper to have someone pick it in China for €0 per day and then send the berries over here than it is to actually have someone pick them here in Finland. That's really the bad side of capitalism. Because it's cheaper for the companies to do that, then of course they do it. Wood also binds carbon when it's used in construction. Yep. So the wood that was cut down in our forest and, for example, was put in the old barn, the old big barn, the wood is still there. So the carbon is still stored in that building. The building is 60 years old. That carbon is still there, but in the place where we took that tree, there is now a new big tree that has again stored carbon. So we're actually collecting more and more carbon. As long as you don't burn the wood, of course, when the wood burns or rots or something, then you release the carbon again. But at least in that specific case, we have pretty much doubled the amount of carbon stored on the same land area. Should be good. According to a lot of people, it's very bad. In some place, it was somewhere where it was like they said that wood is not a renewable source. Like, wood is not renewable. When I read that, my head exploded. Literally, my head exploded. I mean, when a tree grows in one place, if you cut it down at some point and plant a new tree, or nature puts a new tree there, it will continue to grow forever. I don't know how that's not renewable. If that's not renewable, what is renewable? My head exploded when I read that. I think it's true. I don't. Maybe it was just some like. Maybe if I read it on Twitter, maybe it was just like whatever, like someone who didn't know anything just put up something to get clicks. But whew, forest is not renewable. My God. Of course you can, like if you like clear cut the forest somewhere and then like build buildings there or something, that you make sure that there's no new trees, then maybe then. But I mean, if the forest stays as a forest, there will be new trees. Like here in Finland, even if I do a clear cut and leave it, I don't do anything for it, eventually there will be a new forest. At least like our forests here, like the Boreal forest, there will be a new forest. That's how the forest came here. 10,000 years ago, when it was Ice Age, there was 0 trees in Finland. Now if you take a quick look at the map, Finland is 85% forest. That forest was not planted by humans. It spread naturally. So even the same thing now, if I cut down trees in the forest, and we do plant new trees, but if I would not plant new trees, eventually that same spot would have new trees. Like nature would also do it. It might take a little longer. So yeah, it's not a big problem as far as I'm concerned. There are definitely way bigger problems than that. But yeah, end of rant again. It's just sometimes when you read some things, it's crazy. It's crazy. Have I tried making jam juice, syrup or something similar from them and selling it in the market? I have not sold berries ever. Some years we picked like a lot. Like a few years ago it was a good blueberry year. I think we picked like 100 liters of blueberries. But I didn't sell it. We just put it in the fridge or in the freezer, and I gave something to like my parents and just gave it to everybody around here. But I have not sold it. But you can definitely pick berries and sell in Finland. There's even as long as it's not like your main business or something, it's even like tax free. Like you can sell the berries tax free actually. I think there was some exception again to that. Like I have never sold berries myself, so I don't know, but it should be tax free at least to some point. Maybe if you do like a lot, then maybe you have to pay taxes. I don't know. There was some weird. I don't know the exact rules there, but at least if you pick for yourself or your family, you don't need to pay tax on it. So we've found a one thing that you actually do not need to pay taxes for. Probably the only thing, and it's probably soon you have to pay taxes on the own berries you pick from, just wild berries from the forest. But it should be tax free even if you sell. I think it's like tax free. It should be tax free. So that's, I mean, yeah. Even if I think, yeah. Maybe there's something like if it's only like if it goes over like a certain amount, then then it's considered like a business, and then maybe you have to pay some taxes. But at least if you pick like under like, I don't know, a few hundred liters, then you probably don't need to pay taxes on it. Even if you can just sell it and take the money. Yeah, taxes. I mean, eventually, if you think about it, everything ends up as taxes, pretty much. Eventually. And yeah, it's don't get me even started about the taxes things. Like, it's pretty secret that the governments, they can print money pretty much out of thin air, and still they need taxes. Like, imagine you can create money out of nowhere, but still you need somewhere else to get money too. That's a little bit beyond me too. Yeah. If you have a 10-liter bucket, you can. I mean, if I buy blueberries in the store, I think they're about like 5 euros per liter, or is it per kilo? It's probably per liter. So if you have a 10-liter bucket, you fill it with blueberries, clean blueberries. Yeah, you can for sure. You can sell it for 50 euros per bucket. People would buy it for that price, for sure. And if it's a good blueberry year, like this year wasn't, but I tried the one year when it was good blueberry year, I actually could with like I have like a picker. I didn't pick by hand. I had like it's like an extension, like a little box that you pick with. I could actually pick 10 liters in about 1 hour. So I mean, when it's a good blueberry year, you can rack up some serious cash actually. Like if you're in good shape, like when we had those people from Thailand that usually come here and pick, they have a very good shape. They are very determined, they can do a lot. They're really like motivated. I'm sure they can like per person pick 10 buckets per day. Probably, because they do long days. They spend the whole day in the forest. So imagine if you pick 10 buckets, sell them 50 euros per bucket, you could make 500 euros in a day. Then of course minus a little bit fuel for the car, minus the buckets, like some costs, but it's still good money. If you're in good shape, that's a decent way of making actually decent money. Actually, especially if you sell it yourself, because of course the people from Thailand that come, I think they get paid 1 euro per liter when they pick berries. So of course that's bad. That's not good. But if you pick it yourself and sell it yourself, 5 euros per liter, you can make good money on a good blueberry year. You can make good money. There's definitely some people that still like pick a lot, but it's a physical job, so a lot of people don't want to do it. But yeah, you can make good money on it. If you're in good shape, maybe if you're a younger person, and yeah, if you're 9-10 years old, like 50 euros is a lot. I know when I was young, like 50 euros would have been a lot. Hello there, Obelix. Yeah, today we have a little bit. We have a different type of setup. We have an NPC. We have John driving the tractor. I did do the morning shift. Then we switched over to evening shift or afternoon shift, and now I'm just commentating here. And John is doing the driving. Also just one camera now. We had a second camera, but the second camera said I've had enough and stopped working, so it would be nice if I could show the second camera, then I could show you what we're pulling. But yeah, we're just cultivating. You know what's up with that, so we don't need to show that, I guess. Yeah, what do you have in Sweden? We have like 28 here. 35 yesterday. Oh man. That's gotta be like a record. Like pretty close to a record in Sweden probably also. Here if we have like 28, it's almost like September heat record. Oh yeah, it's a record. Yeah, of course. Of course it's hot. If it's hot in Finland, it's usually hot in Sweden too. Yeah. When I was driving this morning, luckily we have AC in this tractor. I went out from the tractor. It was like going in the sauna when I went out from the tractor. Thank God AC is working in this tractor. Yeah, it's I really hope it's gonna get cooler like we're cultivating now, but when we are gonna plow, we're gonna plow with the older tractor that does not have AC. So, but yeah, that's gonna be in October. I really hope it's not 20 degrees in October anymore. I really hope it's not 20 degrees then anymore. Yeah, a few millimeters. Actually, the moisture in the soil, it's pretty good now for cultivating. If it would be wet, then it's like a mess to cultivate if the dirt is wet. So it's actually good that the dirt is relatively dry. For once, it's good that it's dry. Probably the only time of the year where I'm happy that it's kind of dry. Okay, when we're harvesting, it's also good that it's dry. But yeah, still hoping for next year that we get rain. A lot more rain in June or May, June, July than this year. Yeah, if you're doing winter crops, then you probably want rain. I think some of my neighbors, they seem to be plowing a few fields. I think they're probably gonna seed some winter crop. I don't know if it's winter wheat or what they have planned, but I think on some fields they're gonna plant something. So for that you definitely need rain. I mean, now in the fall, technically it usually starts to get rain here this time of the year, but doesn't seem like it this year. Yeah, this field, so we're cultivating now, like some of the green stuff you see, it's like weeds, but there was also a surprising amount of there was like some clover and some alfalfa actually that had grown now after harvest, so that's good. That's good. On some of the other fields we have, there should be even more clover and alfalfa there, so that will keep those fields growing for another month now, and then we'll plow them. Yeah, green manure. They say we shall get 30 meals next week. That sounds like every weather forecast I read for the whole summer here in Finland for the last 3 years. Hey, forecast says next week you're gonna get 20 meals, 30 meals. And then every single time we got like 0 or like 5 millimeters. When anybody says like, yeah, we're gonna get 30 meals, the first thing that comes to my mind is it's probably gonna dry up and not give any rain, because that's what's been going on here for the last like 3 years now in the summer. Holy moly. How was the spring wheat that you gave water? it was good. It for the maybe 100 square meters, it was very good. And then the other 11.99 hectares were very bad. It was very good for the very small area that I irrigated with the garden irrigator. It was very good there. It was very good for a very small area. The rest was shit. But yeah, that just shows you that rain is what we need next year. More rain makes a huge difference. Especially organically when you farm, because also that's why our field has had so many weeds this year, because then when your crop isn't growing, then the weeds get all the sunlight. Like normally when the oats or wheat grows normally, it will shade the weeds, and then you don't get as many weeds, or they're not as big. But yeah, as you saw this year when we harvested, it was too many weeds. So it's kind of a double trouble when it's dry. Your main crop doesn't give anything or doesn't give much, and then you also the weeds, like thistles. This year seemed like thistles thrived in the dry and hot weather. But yeah, in the small area that I irrigated, there was pretty much no weeds either. But yeah, it's the weeds we have issues. It's like thistles, and then another weed. It's like it's called twitch. The weed is actually called twitch. So it's not many weeds. All the other weeds are like under control, and it's not really. I wouldn't say those are problems. But then you have those two that I mentioned. Those are a little bit problematic here. Too many weeds, and then the drunk combine driver. Yeah, we had the some fields, like it was so dry in the spring that the germination was uneven, so we actually had to like combine a large part of the field, and then we left like a little bit for later because it was so uneven. Like the oats were yellow and ripe here, and then a little bit of an area with different soil, it was like completely green still. So we had to, that's also an additional problem with a dry year. If it's a wet year, even germination, not a problem. You can harvest everything at once. But yeah, those dry years cause so many issues. So many other issues that you can even think about. So many additional issues. Yeah, I don't think John has too much left here. A few more passes and then the headlands, I believe. Oh yeah, internet connection is not that great in there. Oh yeah, we've actually dropped to just one connection also. Oh, hopefully the stream keeps it together. We need it to keep together like 1 more hour, then we're done. Or then John is done. Oh yeah, sorry. We have, as a guest star today, we have Dr. Disrespect driving the tractor. Sorry guys, I didn't remember the name correctly. Guest star Dr. Disrespect. Yeah, Dr. Disrespect has 3 or 4 passes left. And then the headlands. What kind of cultivator are you using? I believe it's a Vedarstad. What are those called? It's a pretty old cultivator. I don't know. I don't remember what those are called. It's like a 3 meter wide cultivator. It would be good if I would have the secondary camera again here. Then I could show you like the other camera would show the cultivator. Unfortunately, it died. Yeah, it's 3 meters, or technically I think it's 3.2 meters. But yeah, when we are driving with the auto steer, I think I put in like 3.1 meters or yeah, something like that I put in there as the working width. So 3 meters, a little bit over 3 meters, 10 centimeters maybe. But yeah, it's a pretty basic one. It's definitely not the best cultivator. Like I would want it to have like furthest back, like the newer cultivators. They usually have like a packer furthest back that kind of makes it smooth again. This one, it has these like spinning things. It looks like stars almost. And they make an okay job, but it doesn't like it gets left kind of uneven, so it's not the best one, but it's the one we have, and in the current financial situation we can't really justify changing it too much. But yeah, the new ones are also much more like, they're much more heavy duty, and they even need more power. Like I think there's some new ones you can go pretty deep with them. Even a 3 meter one, it's like recommended is like 150 horsepower or more. So this one is in that way good that we can pull it with a 100 horsepower tractor. Like if you take the new ones, they're so heavy and they need more power than this one. So then we would need to change the tractor, and then you're buying all kinds of new stuff. But yeah, Stahltech. I haven't heard that brand. But there's a lot of manufacturer of cultivators for sure. Yeah, and it really depends how deep you go. Like right now we're trying to cultivate deep enough to where it slices like all the weed roots. So I think I adjusted it to maybe it's somewhere like 10 centimeters deep, maybe a little bit more. Just deep enough to cut all the weeds. So that's basically what we're trying to do here. Not that much tillage, just cutting the weeds. And I guess we could go a little faster, but not much faster, then we run out of power. Oh, Polish brand. Yeah, that's probably they make. There's a lot of like those Polish brands that they basically make the same machine as some other brands, but it's like a lot cheaper. Same with forestry trailers. There's a lot of brands from Estonia these days that make the same thing as they make in Finland, but cheaper. Yeah. If we with our one, if we try to go 20 centimeters deep, then it's not going forward anymore. Not with our tractors. If we want to go 20 centimeters deep, then we use a plow. Then it works again because it's like narrower. It doesn't. It's like we have a three bottom plow. So it's not. That one again moves nicely with the 100 horsepower. Even the plow, we should really have a 4 bottom plow. That would easily, a 100 horsepower tractor should move that. So. But yeah, it works. Yeah. I think Tariksharva, I think that's in English. Maybe it's like a disc cultivator or some kind of disker. But yeah, it's fine to say in Swedish. I understand Swedish well, so Swedish is actually my first language, so yeah, if you can't say something in English, then if you can say it in Swedish or Finnish, then I will probably understand it. Yeah, it's probably like disc cultivator or something like that. Or a disker or something. Yeah, you will, when I talk, like if I talk to my brother, then we'll talk like Swedish. Or Swedish with like some mixed in Finnish words. And some English words mixed in there too, and then it's like a whole jumble. Then no one understands. Do I speak Finnish good? Pretty good. Like these days, I almost use Finnish the least amount. Like both Swedish and English, I almost use more. But yeah, of course I understand Finnish and I speak Finnish too. Not perfect Finnish. Just like I'm not speaking perfect English or perfect Swedish either. Yeah, I think Yeah, Finlandssvensk is what you call it. But yeah, it all goes back to like the area we are in here. It's very bilingual. Pretty much half people speak Finnish here and half speak Swedish as their first language. So that way, all the way from when I was like a kid, small kid, then you heard like two languages. So it's very like very normal to speak multiple languages. Any other languages I know? Not really. Swedish, Finnish, English. A few words of German. In school I had German for like 2 years maybe. So yeah, I don't speak German really. I understand a few words here and there, but I wouldn't say I speak German. Sprechen kein Deutsch. I think that made some sense in German. Guten Tag. I understand that. Yeah, probably German is one of those I almost understand it, or some words I understand, but speaking is definitely... I've really never used German like speaking, so that's why German is not good. Yeah, it would always be good to... It's always like the more languages you can speak, the better it is. There's almost no like negative side to knowing like more languages. The more you know, the better it is, pretty much. But it would be helpful to know more languages. Especially like in Finland, it would probably help to know like Russian. But yeah, the Russian I don't even know, like I know like 2 words maybe of Russian. But yeah, Swedish and Norwegian and even Danish to some extent are close to each other, very close to each other. So those languages, probably if I would put some effort, I could learn those languages better. And same with Finnish and Estonian. Like in Estonia they speak, it's like Finnish, but it's pretty similar, but it's not Finnish. It sounds like drunk Finnish almost. Is what they speak in Estonia. So it would be a cool language to know. It sounds the Estonian language. When you know Finnish, it sounds cool. It sounds funny. But yeah, one thing about the languages is Finnish and Hungarian are supposed to be really closely related. but I don't understand. Hungarian I understand nothing of. I guess somehow, like, technically it's close to it. I think both of those languages, they might have like long words, but that I don't know. They definitely sound nothing alike. But yeah, Finnish is very different in that way. There's nothing else that sounds like Finnish except Estonian. Estonian language is kinda close, but then after that it's like miles away to anything else. I think some people have said that when you speak Finnish it sounds like Japanese. But yeah, I don't know about that. The only Finnish word you know is perkele. That's a good starting point. That's usually if you know like a few words of another language, it's always a curse words. It's always a curse words. Those are then maybe yes and no. But yeah, now John is doing the headland, I think, so now we don't have much left. If stream stays together for another probably. Yeah, bra, so B-R-A. In Swedish it means good. In English it means something completely different. But yeah, written completely the same way, and I guess it's spelled exactly the same, but it means basically like good or okay or something like that. Yep, spelled the same way and written the same way and everything the same. Yeah, Norwegian is kind of like Swedish. Yeah, it's there's some words in Norwegian that are exactly the same in like our Swedish dialect here. So like I think rock is like in Norwegian it's like stein, but we also in our dialect here of Swedish we also say rock is stein in Swedish. So some of the words are like our dialect is exactly the same as officially something in Norwegian. Yeah, stain in English. You say it pretty much the same way as Germans Maybe it's Stein. But yeah, there's a lot. And then there's all the words that are like actually borrowed from another language, which are like the same thing in many languages. And then you get, yeah, in a few places in Finland, especially like around the coastline where there's like Finnish and Swedish spoken, then there's like a language that is like Finnish and Swedish combined. Like probably sometimes when you hear us speaking, if I speak with my brother or something, then we speak like Swedish, but then there's like Finnish words in there, and then there might even be some English words in there, and then it's like, but yeah, especially Finnish and Swedish. In a lot of places you can hear this weird language that it sounds like Swedish and Finnish mixed together. I think especially in like in Pori it's really strong, and then some places in Helsinki too. Yeah, I think he's doing the last pass maybe now, or one headland was completed, so now he just has this pass and then a little bit around the barns there. Then we should be done. Okay, have a good day. Good day there, Obelix. Now the sun is getting lower, so now Dr. Disrespect has some issues seeing, I think. Almost forgot again. Yeah, this last part is always nice and bouncy when you drive 90 degrees over what you did earlier. Headlands and the dirt and the headlands could be kind of hard too, so rocking and rolling a little bit there as the driver. is going around this barn here. It's pretty close here if you can fit between the barn and the ditch there. I usually just drive around the other side. But that barn is going around now. You can see there it's like leaning pretty heavily. So I think at some point we will remove that barn. It's an old barn. Like we don't own this field, so we don't own that barn. But I think the owner of the barn also kind of wants the barn gone. So at some point we'll probably tear that barn away. It's kind of just in the way there now. What is this barn for? Right now I think what's in the barn, there's like some firewood, like one of my neighbor's firewood, and then I think there's like an old tractor in there too. Maybe some lumber too. I haven't checked inside. As I said, we don't own that barn. It's like it's this field. We rent this field, so we're not the owner of the field, which means we do not own that barn either. But yeah, there is some junk in there. But I think one of the neighbors there, he's in a process of clean. Originally, those old barns that you can see even on the neighbor's field and somewhere that are in the middle of fields. Originally they were built for hay storage. Back in the 40s, 50s, 60s, when they had they had much more hay, and it was all either loose hay or like small squares. So then you needed like more storage. And then those barns worked great, because then when you made hay in the summer, like you had a lot of other things going on, then you could quickly just take the hay, put it in the barn there, get it under a roof, get it to stay dry, and then later you could go to the barn even in the middle of the winter and then take the hay from the barn and bring it to the animals. Do we need hay now? No. So we don't have any animals now, so we don't need hay. And it's pretty much the same thing, like you can see all of our neighbors here. Like this village here, there's basically no one that has animals here anymore, like production animals. Like no one has cows, no one has pigs anymore. That's why pretty much here we don't produce like any hay, dry hay. We still have some grass fields, and then that can be a good question. Like someone always asks that, why do you have grass fields when you don't need hay or grass? But the point of the grass fields we use, it's like we don't produce hay or grass from them, but we still have like some clover and grass, some fields, as green manure. So basically to improve the soil. The point is with the grass is just to improve the soil, reduce weeds, reduce some diseases. That's why we have grass these days. Back in the day they always had grass as either pasture or hay. But times have changed. And these days if people make hay, it's mostly in like big squares or big round bales, and those again you can't store them in those small barns. So those old barns, they were very useful. These days you can't really use them because they're small, usually small doors. You can't fit the tractor in there. The floor is usually like it's a wooden floor. It was made for horses and really small tractors. So now these days, if we drive our tractor in there, it's gonna go. First, you're gonna hit the cabin on the roof. Second, you're gonna break through the floor because the floor was made for light hay, or really the first tractors, really small tractors. Is it possible to sell hay? It could be possible to sell hay. It could be possible, or even like grass bales, like those white ones you see everywhere. Tractor eggs. It could be possible, but then again, you would need more equipment. You would need a baler. You would need like some type of rake. So more equipment and yeah. Also the species of grass we grow on the grass fields, it's like a lot of clover. Maybe like when it grows well, like this field in front there, it's like 90% clover. I'm not an expert on that, but I think if you feed just clover to animals, it's not good. Like it's too much energy, and it's not good feed actually. So yeah, we use grass for we grow grass for a different purpose. I think if you want to make hay, you want to have a lot of timothy in there, and maybe just a little bit of clover. So you want different species. It's a whole different yeah, and I'm not any expert on that. It's so long time ago that we had hay that, but I believe back in the day when we had hay, it was almost no clover. It was timothy and fescue, I think, or timothy and some other, but it was mostly timothy, and that was good to make dry hay and good to give to cows. But yeah, that's a whole world. You should ask somebody that's more like a grass farmer. I'm not specialized in that at all, so I'm definitely out of the loop there. But yeah, that I know, that when you grow grass fields, it might look from a distance, it looks the same, but there's at least 20 different species of grass that you can grow. Probably more, like 30. And then you can have a mixture of a lot of them. Like we have clover, there's white clover, red clover, timothy, fescue, alfalfa. So we have the grass mixture it's like 5 different species. I've heard people have a mixture of like 15 different species. And that's also one part, that there's a lot of studying going on with that, like for green manure, what would be the best mixture of grass. The big purpose there is improve the soil, things like that. So which species are best for that? It's probably not the same ones that are good for maybe hay production. But yeah, I'm not gonna go too much into detail. It probably sounds, it's too specified. Like you don't want to hear it. It's not actually. An average person doesn't want to know that. But yeah, you can grow grass fields in many different ways. But yeah, the field that you can see in front there, he will drive over that field now. That's a grass field this year. And that will be grass over winter, and then in the spring we will plow it and seed oats into it. Oats or wheat, I think. But that's next spring. And that clover field, it looks okay now. It could take more water, but it's pretty nice and green. But yeah, now he's done, so he will probably drive back to the farm now. Yeah, I can show you a little bit. Then we'll end the stream. if he can fit through here. He might want to drive around if it's too tight. Yeah, he's gonna go around, I think. There's always we go through this neighbor here, and there's always a lot of stuff on the there. So if sometimes it's too much stuff, and then you can't fit through, especially with a cultivator that's pretty wide, or combine is pretty wide. But he can just drive around the house on the grass. That's fine. Yeah, streams stayed together pretty well today. Just the secondary camera, which is just a cell phone, it usually crashes at least once a day if you do a longer stream. But main stream was pretty good today, I think. Even if it was hot. But okay, in the tractor is AC, so it's not hot. I think if we would have been outdoors today in the sun this long, it would definitely have been some issues for the stream, I think. But yeah, it should cool down a little bit from this point forward, and we can do also have a lot of planned outdoor streams. But it has to be cooler than this. In this heat I don't function well in this heat, especially if I try to do something. It's okay if you sit still, but even walking, riding bike, anything like that, it's like whew. So much better if it's 20 degrees. Over 30. Oh yeah, that's not too much warmer. It's almost the same in Finland. It's almost as crazy as it is. It's almost the same here. Almost the same in southern Finland. My mind can't comprehend it. But yeah, he'll leave the tractor somewhere here, then probably pressure wash the cultivator tomorrow maybe. Or something. So yeah. Thanks for all the follows. Thanks for the subs. Thanks for watching. And I will see you guys next time.
Down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down from the